Hello, everybody. How are y'all doing today? I hope you are all doing good. We're streaming the Magnus archives. Yeah! Whoopee! Dan is with me. He's currently muted. I have him muted. I can hear him. You guys can't. Haha. I'm cool. I've got epic Dan privileges. I'm just gonna put it on the just chatting screen because we are not. I have to unbury you from behind chat. There we go. No, that's fine. I was the reason we were late last time, so. Do you want to stay muted or are you good to be unmuted? Okay. You can be heard.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
We're just
Tis my fault.
Oh, go ahead.
Tis my fault we are late. I'm sorry. I know Zero, welcome in.
We need to get shared chat up and going.
Oh yeah, I need to turn that on.
Not on yet.
Yeah, that's me.
That's okay.
I'm failing a lot today.
We're getting settled.
Their chat is active, everybody.
Yay!
Rex, baby boy. Oh wait, come back. Oh, he's gone. Sadness. I'll give it a few minutes for people to come in.
Yeah, of course.
And then I will say about the whole not drawing thing today. Thank you for the daily coin, binary.
My daily coin. Hold on. Where's Twitch? It's here somewhere. Not that one. I need to open a new one.
Come get your daily coin, Rune.
I need to watch more of Hope's streams. I always feel so bad because I want to watch my friends' streams so friggin' mad. But I'm always at work or too busy, and it causes my phone to heat the hell up and also die really fast.
Welcome back, Binary. Don't you worry about having a break. A good thing breaks a good thing. I technically had a little break. That's why we started late.
Breaks are good.
Oh. Ha 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 ha. It's not updating my lifetime.
Did you say it's not updating in my lifetime?
My phone, yeah.
I have background music on, but it keeps putting itself back up to a really high volume, and I'm like, no, I'm turning you down because you're too loud. Every time. It's chaos! Chaos! I've been playing too much Delta Moon. I've had Delta Moon brain rot like no other for like a month and a half. I'm just going crazy. Perpetually vibrating by myself.
Ads end in 30 seconds, everybody.
30 seconds!
30 seconds. You watch. We'll start and then I'll get a knock at the door.
That's okay, you can eat while we're listening. And I'm just gonna probably stick my tongue out at myself constantly. I'm doing some testing this stream. There's some minor issues, but I can do this.
Hello everyone. We are able to be seen and heard. Hello, hello.
Hello. I always wave. Every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
As you should. As you should. It's genuine.
Dance chat. Guess what? I can do things. I'm doing some testing. I've got some minor issues, but that's okay. Look.
Yes. We are tongue sisters. Christ. Tongue sisters.
I hope you know that's going on my whiteboard.
Good.
I am absolutely putting that on my whiteboard after stream.
With a little drawing of a tongue as well.
It was beautiful.
Thank you for the daily coin, Rune. Thank you for the daily coin, Zero. So I think most people should be here by now. So okay. I won't be doing the drawing today because I did an oopsie and I hyperfixated on Power World and completely didn't eat, and I'm just waiting for food to arrive. So I'm kind of shaky at the moment. So I'm just waiting for food to come, and that's why there's no drawings today. But hopefully next episode I'll be able to do it.
Yeah, gotta take care of yourself.
Yes, exactly. Hi, Shiro. Thank you for the daily coin.
Oh, don't mind me putting my lid on.
Rune, you were saying this is one of your favorite episodes.
Yes, I really like episode 9 of Father's Love. It fucked me up hard the first time I heard it. There's quite, and then the one after it is one of the ones that I hate the most. I have listened to it so much against my will that it's an episode that makes me viscerally uncomfortable, so the fact that I've listened to it probably the most out of any of the Magnus Archives episodes, it makes me a little bit bitter inside. Because I hate it so much. One of my favorites, and then one of my least favorites.
I thought the bug one was your favorite.
There's quite a few ones. Squirm is one that I don't like. It makes me they make me viscerally uncomfortable for different reasons. For Squirm, it's because I hate things like maggots, which Squirm largely has to do with.
Yes.
Vampire Killer is viscerally disturbing for other reasons. I don't remember what Dreamer is about. I know we're not going to get to it, but I'm very excited for you to listen to Lost John Caves episode 15. It is held up in the fandom as one of the scariest episodes, and it is considered the scariest episode by a wide majority of the episode for season 1. For good reason. It's good. I love this podcast, man. It's so good. 9,
10. So we're gonna try and do. What did we do? We did 4 per, didn't we? So
3 to 4.
10, 11. Yeah. We'll try and do 4 today.
Okay.
And then we can try that. See how that goes.
Yep.
I'm gonna wait for my food to arrive before we start.
That's okay. How have you been in the 2 weeks?
Has it actually been 2 weeks?
It has been. We've planned it for bi-weekly, so that way you still have the freedom to do your D&D and all the other things you do. I have no life, so I don't do anything, but you have things going on.
Yeah. No, don't be mean to yourself.
I literally have nothing going on ever.
Yes.
All I have is jujitsu.
Is work. Yeah, jujitsu.
That's once a week for half an hour. I spend more time driving to and from jujitsu than at jujitsu. It's only a half an hour lesson. I'm a green belt now. I can whoop butts.
Yay!
I've been doing it for like 12 years.
What did you have to do to get to green belt?
So the way my dojo does it is we have one-on-one sessions for about half an hour, and so each belt has 4 stripes. So you start with white belt, except for white belt. Well, white belt does not have any stripes. You just go straight to yellow. So starting at white, you'll learn all the moves for white, and then you review all the moves for white. Then you move on to yellow, and you learn all the moves for yellow first stripe. Then you review all of those moves, and you get your second stripe. Then you go to third stripe, you learn all of those, then you review first and second stripe. When you move on to a new belt, you review everything from every belt that you've learned up until this point.
Oh.
So I'm only on the 4th belt, which is white, yellow, orange, and then green, which is where I'm at now. I've been doing it for like 12 years. However, I used to split a half-an-hour session with my sister. So.
Yeah.
So we finished up my quote-unquote big review, which is starting from white belt all the way up through everything we learned. It took me like 2 years. It takes a very long time.
Okay, but I was just gonna say, so
yep.
You now have the full session.
Add time.
Yourself. It's not
Good luck out there.
then.
Yes. She no longer does jiu-jitsu with me, which is big sad. But that's okay. I freaked out my jiu-jitsu instructor once when I was a kid because I did not realize I was double jointed in my elbows because no one had ever told me and I just did not notice. So my sister had put an arm bar on me. Do you know what an arm bar is?
No.
Basically, they have your arm, so the crook of your arm, or not the crook, the back of your elbow is like between their hips, and they're holding your wrist up near their face, and then they raise their hips to snap the elbow, essentially. So my sister had put me in an arm bar because at that point in time, we were both tiny, so we couldn't do it on our instructor because we were too small. So we had to do it on each other. Yeah. But because I'm double jointed in my elbows, they bend backwards. So the arm bar did not do anything to me. And my sister and I, when we were little, were always told, tap when it hurts. But I've got double jointed elbows, so it did not hurt. So it just kept going and going and going, and my instructor was freaking the hell out, and my mom was there just watching, being like, can you just tap already? Like,
oh god.
I still didn't learn for another several years that I was double jointed. And I was like, why did nobody tell me this? It is very funny. I work with my jiu-jitsu instructor, and it is quite comical.
Thank you for the boot, Mira. Welcome in.
Get booped.
Get booped.
Get booped. Arachnophobia is a good episode.
Okay, so bear with. Pain meds need taking.
Thank you for the hydrate.
My hydrate will be my pain medication.
As long as you drink it, I've got Powerade.
That'll kick in at some point. That'll be nice. Right, so thank you, Arzan. Welcome in, Arzan.
Shirtless Dan.
Yes, that happens quite often.
Your shirt just falls off often.
I'm low energy today. Low energy. It's been warm. It is warm, I should say. It's still warm now.
Yeah, I feel that it is very warm.
Okay. Right, so today we're trying to get through another 4 episodes of Magnus Archives. I'm gonna quickly step away to see if there's food at the door, and then I will be back. In the meantime,
I'll be here yapping about stuff and things.
Yes. You can. Oh, I forgot something. I got to put on my.
Miramis, guess what?
There we go. Now you can understand. Okay, I will be right back.
Bruh, my mom just texted me. She's like, I'm gonna be home in like 20 minutes, which means I'm gonna go empty the car. God damn it. Ready? Did you see? Did you see? Did you see it? So I'm doing some testing, some different things, which has broken some things and made it so I could do other things. AKA I could stick out my tongue, but good lord, my mouth does not react when I talk. I do not know why. I need to fix it. I do not know how to fix it. I also am having a couple of issues with the location of the camera, but that is okay. I'll figure it out. Blip broke the mouth. Yeah, pretty much. And I haven't quite figured out how to fix it. I think, in part, it's because I'm using my Android phone instead of my iPhone. Well, my iPhone. I don't have an iPhone. It's why I'm using my Android. Which I think is what is causing some of the issues. But unfortunately, an iPhone is stupid fucking expensive and I cannot afford one, so it's gonna be either doing it this way so I can blep or doing it the old way, which works, but I can't blep. But I like blepping. I'm looking through currently just the episodes of the Magnus Archives, and I'm just remembering the ones that stuck out with me a lot. The Killing Floor, episode 30, is one that has stuck out to me for a long time. Hive is another one. Hive is one that is super fucking gross, and it makes me uncomfortable. What about you? The even used iPhones for the one that I need goes for like $300, $400 used. You can't find anyone under that here, unfortunately, and I do not have that kind of money to spend. If anything, I'd be investing in a Steam Deck if that was the case, because oh boy, yeah, my family fucking hates iPhone. But I only want one for the tracking, and my sister keeps getting iPhones, and I'm like, hey, when you're done with it, can I have it? And she's like, yes, and then she gets rid of it, and I'm like, hey, what happened? I was gonna pay for that, and she's like, oh, sorry, and I was like, my girl, why? Why you gotta do that to me? You got my hopes up? Every time, but yeah, my anti-iPhone household, for the most part. I think even my sister switched to an Android at this point. There are so many good episodes of the Magnus Archives. I'm a fighter one of these days. By that I mean I fight her all the time. Siblings are fun. There's something about the sibling bond that is just so deeply unhinged that you just can't really get anywhere else. I don't know what it is about siblings, but siblings be crazy. It was always really funny when it came to my sister and I, because anytime there was an adult anywhere near us, she and I would fight like no other for hours, just ages. We would just scream at each other. The moment we were left alone, oh fuck, we were best friends. That's fair. That is very fair. Siblings are interesting. Used to fucking scream at each other and then proceed to like giggle over a noodle on the floor for 10 hours. My mom, at one point, my sister and I had decided, I decided I was going to be a little irresponsible one night because I had to work the next day. But we decided to drink, and I still have a photo of my sister. She's got, I think, 4 mudslides in her hand, and you can see there's like a litany of Twisted Tea cans in the bookshelf behind her. And I remember at like 2 a.m. my mom comes rocking around the corner because either we woke her up or she had to go to the bathroom or something, and she peeked into the room where my sister and I were just cackling, drinking together. I had to work relatively soonish, but I was fine. It was okay. I was fine. I was smart. It was great. It was very funny. I need to find that photo. It is a very funny photo. With my little Polaroid camera. we went camping at my aunt's house one day. So my aunt has this relatively large property, but out down this massive hill, there's like a creek and like a good. We are still close. We've definitely had our issues, but we are very close. But we were camping down at my aunt's property with a friend of ours, and we were drinking. And I had rolled up to the house because I had to use the washroom. So I had taken the four-wheeler up the hill. And then I get a call while I'm up there from my sister and my friend. And they were just like, we heard a weird noise and we need you to come back. And I was like, no, I'm using the washroom. And they were like, we need you to come back right now. And I was like, no, you can wait 30 seconds. My God. So by the time I eventually made it back down there, they're in the tent freaking the fuck out for no reason. And I'm like, if you're that, we had bought salt because strange new place and also salt is protective. So I made my sister go do a salt circle around the tent since she was that spooked, and she used the entire box of salt. It was just a box of table salt, and it killed the grass because salt does that. And then for the next like 4 or 5 years, 6 years, I don't know how long it's been now, but the grass has only just started to come back, and my aunt teases me constantly about the fact that there was a salt ring burned into the grass for so long. She asked me how to kill her weeds, and I was like, just use salt. It's very effective. And she was like, what kind of salt did you guys use? Regular ass table salt. We were not specific. We grabbed a box. It was pretty comical. That was chaos. It was very, very funny. Yeah, my aunt still teases me about that. To this day. Oh yeah, I forgot my mom was gonna be here soon. I forbore. That means Dad will have to entertain you guys while I go figure out groceries. It'll take like 30 seconds, but still. I have no music going on in the background and this feels wrong. However, my YouTube is being a bit of a bitch right now, and every time I turn it down, it turns itself right back up. Like, excuse me. Yeah. That's never fun. That's, as long as you stick to your guns. Doesn't matter if she doesn't understand. She made her choices. I'm drinking Powerade. Actually, I'm almost out of Powerade. I'm gonna have to grab another drink on my way by. I'm very excited for these episodes. Actually, I'll probably get Dan to start the episode while I take... Yeah. My sister is younger than me by like 16 months or something like that. So we're not that far apart in age, so it's quite chaotic when we're together. Okay, we went to laser tag because laser tag is fun, and we went to laser tag last weekend. My sister has never been before. By God, that woman is a goddamn sharpshooter. I may have been getting like third place every round, third or second, because we did play with another group before. Just our group was the only ones there, but the other group I got third. But my God, my sister is so brutal. She would just appear around the corner, hit you, and leave. You'd walk by her and she'd snipe you faster than you could snipe her every single time. I was like, girl, how? The answer is she's a really good sniper in PUBG. I am also quite brutal at laser tag, as it finds out. I won first when it came to all of my friends. I was better than them. My cousin was beating me for a while, and then I guess she got tired, so her skills died. Either that or she stopped targeting me in specific. My cousin was dead set on destroying me while we were playing laser tag, and then every time I'd hit her back, she'd go, "Rude!" And I was like, "Excuse me, ma'am. I don't know what the fuck you're going on about right now. You hit me more every round than I've ever hit you." It was very funny.
I'm back.
Welcome back! My mom's gonna be here any minute for me to go deal with groceries. But when I'm gone, I'm gonna have you. I'll start the episode with you because I've listened to it before. So if I miss it, it's not a big deal. And then I can
what did
go.
I miss in chat? We're talking about siblings.
We were talking about siblings. I was talking about just the chaos that was me and my sister. She's a fucking sharpshooter in laser tag. We went and played last week. There was a group of 5 of us. So we went and played last week, and it was so brutal. She just, like, walked, like, you'd spot her, and she'd hit you so fast. I remember there were several times, because the problem with laser tag is you've got the big thing on the chest. Of course, you've got 2 sensors on your shoulders and back, and on your gun. But there were several times I had to walk up to my one friend or my sister, jam my gun literally in their chest because the way they were holding their gun was blocking their one sensor, and I held my gun the same way. My sister yelled at me for accidentally blocking my sensor, but it was really funny. There were several times I came up to both her and my friend Soul, who has streamed with me before, jammed my gun in their chest so I could actually hit their sensor because their arm was blocking it, so I just could not get it otherwise. It was very funny.
How did you sneak up on them, though? They didn't hear you?
No, we were walking at each other and we were just really bad at hitting each other's sensors a couple of times, so...
Oh my god.
Well, because the way the vests are, especially the way mine sits on me because I'm heavy-chested, it doesn't sit properly on me. It's kind of up. So when I hold my gun with 2 hands, because there's a button on it that you have to push to get it to start, so you can shoot, it obviously blocks my chest. But they also have to hold their guns the same way, so it was blocking their sensors too. So it was just a couple of times. But my sister is such a sharpshooter. It was so funny. Every time I'd find her, she'd just like nail me so fast. And I'm like, Jesus, how'd you do that? The way she put it, if I was moving, you bitches were done for. If I was stationary, I was done for. If she was standing still, she was fucked. But if she was moving, goddamn, there was no contending. I did sneak up on my sister several times though, because it's funny.
Okay, shall we start the episode?
We shall. Let me get over to...
Hello! That was from your previous stream, wasn't it? Your title is still lightness. I don't know. Category is saying talk shows and podcasts, so maybe just the title reset. Get my light on real quick. My light is on. I eat chat. You're gonna have chicken and waffles? Mainly because that's what's in the freezer. Okay, okay, that's fair enough. Alright. Well, I'm gonna get us started on the episode. Rune, count us in. Here we go, everybody. Oh. Shit.
Rusty Quill presents the
There you
Magnus
go.
Archives.
You are, and don't you damn forget it. You ever say you're not, I will come find
Episode 9. A Father's Love.
you. Okay. Rune is stepping away just to go and get groceries. You. Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh my god, Frost, welcome in. Thank you for the daily coin. Okay.
Statement of
Father's
Julia
love.
Montauk regarding the actions and motivations of her father, the serial killer Robert Montauk. Original statement
Serial
given
killer.
December 3rd, 2002. Audio recording by
Okay.
Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. My father was a murderer. There's no way I can reasonably deny it at this point. The evidence provided by the police was overwhelming, and I saw his shed myself. I'm not here to try and clear his name. There wouldn't be much point anyway, as I'm sure you know he died in prison last year. 7 years isn't much to have served out of a life sentence, but I doubt it was the early parole he'd have hoped for. Sorry, maybe that wasn't in the best taste. Still, his passing is why I feel like I can tell this story. Something I never really felt free to do before now. I always expected him to talk about it during the media frenzy that surrounded his trial, but for whatever reason he kept quiet. I think I understand a bit more now why he never spoke about it, preferring people draw their own conclusions. But at the time I couldn't fathom why he just sat there silently, letting others talk for him. I'd like to tell someone now, though. And I've only recently finished my court-appointed counselling sessions, so I'd rather not tell the tabloids and have "my father killed to fuel cult magic, says daughter of monster" splashed over page 7 of the weekend edition. So that leaves you guys. Respectable is hardly the word I'd use, but it's better than nothing. So yes, my father killed at least 40 people over the course of the 5 years prior to his arrest in 1995. I won't recount the lurid details. If you're interested, you can look up Robert Montauk in the newspaper archive of any library. There'll be plenty there. The papers clearly didn't care much about the American bombing, because in April of that year they seemed to be talking about nothing but my father. There were also a couple of books on him, none of which I can really recommend, but I guess Ray Cowan's No Bodies in the Shed is the closest to what I'd consider accurate. Although it does imply that I was an accomplice, despite the fact that I was 12 years old at the time. Honestly,
What? That
I
is
discovered most
crazy.
of the details from the newspapers and the court, just like everyone else. My father spent my formative years killing dozens of people, and I had no idea. But the more I think back over my childhood, the more sure I am that there was something else going on. I don't have any theories as to what any of this means, but I just need to get it down on paper somewhere, and this seems as good a place as any. I've always lived in the same house on York Road in Dartford. Even now, after all that's happened, and all I know about what went on there, I can't bring myself to leave.
There Are Bodies in the Shed is not a real book.
It always sat in the garden.
Just so you know.
Old, wooden,
I looked it up. Because I thought, oh, that might be interesting.
Until after the night my mother disappeared. That's when everything started to get strange. My memory of early childhood is patchy, mostly isolated images and impressions, but I remember the night she vanished like it was yesterday. I was 7 years old and had been to the cinema that evening for the first time in my life. We had
You're
been to see
saying
the
Mum
witches
was...
at what back then was the ABC down on Shaftesbury Avenue. I'd seen films before, of course, on our
Mum was
tiny
the
living
first
room
victim.
television, but to see a movie on the big screen was awe-inspiring. The film itself was terrifying, though, and even now I'd say it was far scarier than any child's film has a right to be. I remember I spent a lot of it close to tears, but had been so proud of the fact that I hadn't cried at all. When we got home, I lay awake for a long time. That scene where Luke is transformed into a mouse kept playing in my mind, and for some reason it left me too afraid to go to sleep. It was then that I heard a
Here comes the scary music.
from downstairs, like something heavy falling over. I didn't have a clock in my room, so had no
Maybe
idea what
Mum
the
fell
time
over?
was, but I recall looking out of the window, and the world was dark and utterly silent. The thump came again, and I decided to go downstairs and see what it was. The landing was almost pitch black, and I tried to be as quiet as possible so nobody would know I was there. The fourth stair down from the top of the staircase always creaked, and still does, in fact. But I don't think I've ever heard it creak louder than it did that night, as I crept down them so slowly. The light downstairs were all turned off, except for the kitchen light, which I could see from the bottom of the stairway. I walked into the kitchen to find it empty. The back door stood open, and a cool breeze blew through it that made me shiver in my pajamas. I saw something shiny laying on the table. Reaching up, I found my mother's pen.
A knife?
The design had always struck me as beautiful.
That's not
It
good.
was silver, an abstract shape of a hand with a symbol on it that I believe was meant to represent a closed eye. I had never seen her take it off. In my child's mind, I assumed that she had just left it on the table, an accident, and that the open door meant nothing. I went back upstairs, necklace clutched firmly in my hand to return it to her. She wasn't in bed, of course. The space next to where my father lay, fast asleep, was empty.
Wait, so he's asleep.
I
Okay.
gently touched my sleeping father's shoulder, and he awoke slowly. I asked him where Mum was, and he started to say something when he saw the silver chain clutched in my hands. He quickly got out of bed and started to get dressed. As he pulled on a shirt, he asked me where I had found it, and I told him on the kitchen table. Following me downstairs, his gaze was immediately locked on the open door, and he paused. Instead of going outside, he walked over to the kitchen sink and turned on one of the taps. Immediately there began to flow a dark, dirty-looking liquid, and the sick, salty smell of brackish water hit my nose, though at the time I didn't understand that's what it was. The light in the kitchen blew out at that moment, and the room got very dark. God. My father told me everything was fine, and that I should go back to bed. His hands shook slightly as he took the pendant from me, and I didn't believe him, but I did what I was told anyway. I don't know how long I lay there, waiting for my father to return that night, but I know it was getting light outside when I finally fell asleep.
The brackish water is
Eventually,
a mixture of fresh water and salt water, but it's got more salt.
Quiet and empty. I had missed the start of school by hours, but that was fine because I didn't want to leave the house. I just sat in the living room, silent and still. It was almost evening again by the time my father actually returned. His face was pale.
Where did he?
He barely looked at me, just walked straight to the cupboard and poured himself a glass of scotch. He sat next to me, drained the glass, and told me that my mother was gone. I didn't understand, still don't really. But he said it with such finality that I started to cry, and I didn't stop for a very long time.
Yeah, obviously.
My father was a policeman, as I'm sure you've read, so as a child I just assumed that the police had looked.
He was a policeman?
It wasn't until much later that I discovered they'd never even had a missing persons report filed on her. As far as I know, I never had any living grandparents, and apparently no one noticed she was gone, which was strange, as I have vague memories of her having friends over a lot before she vanished. Everyone assumes she was one of my father's first victims, but there was never enough evidence to add it to the official tally. It doesn't really matter.
Add
For what
time.
it's worth,
Good luck out
I
there.
don't think he did it. I won't deny it makes sense from the outside, but I remember how devastated he was when she disappeared. He started drinking a lot. I think he did try to look after me as best he could, but most nights he just ended up passed out in his chair. That was also when he started spending a lot of time in the shed. I'd never really paid it much attention before. As far as I was concerned, the sturdy wooden structure was just the home of spiders' nests and the rusted garden tools my parents would use once a year to attack the overgrown wilderness that was our back garden. But soon after my mother's disappearance, a sturdy new padlock was placed on the door. My father spent a lot of time inside.
That's very weird. I don't like it.
And sometimes I'd hear the sound of power tools from inside, and he'd present me with some small wooden token he had made. But mostly there was silence. It should probably have bothered me more than it did, the hours he spent in there, and that odd smell I sometimes noticed, like tinned meat. But I never really paid it much attention. I had my own grief to deal with. He was gone most nights as well. Often I would wake up from one of my nightmares to find the house silent and empty. I would look for him, and he would be gone. I never despaired at this for some reason, not like I had when my mother vanished. I knew he would return eventually, when he was finished with what I had decided must be police business. Sometimes I'd lie awake until he returned. Once, as I lay awake, I heard him come into my room. I pretended to be asleep. I don't know why, but I thought I'd be in trouble if he found out I was awake. He walked over to me and gently stroked my face. His hands smelled strange. Back then I didn't know the scent of blood, and mixed with that faint saline smell of brackish water. He whispered to me then, when he thought I was asleep, promised to protect me, to make sure that it wouldn't get me too. There was a strangled sound to his words, and I think he might have been crying. As he left, I opened my eyes just enough to see him. He stood by the door, his face in his hands, wearing light grey overalls that were stained with a thick, black substance. I often wish I'd asked him about that night. I wonder if he'd known I was awake, if I had asked him in that moment of weakness. Well, it's far too late for that now.
Not weakness. You're literally a child.
Over the next couple of years, I noticed that my father seemed to be injured quite a lot, and there was rarely a time when he didn't have some sort of plaster, bandage, or bruise visible. I'd also occasionally find small blood spots or smears on the floors or tables, especially in the hall. I got very good at cleaning them, and it never occurred to me to pay much attention to where they came from. I just assumed the blood was my father's. He started staying home during the day, and told me he'd been permanently assigned to the night shift. I believed him, of course, and it was only after his arrest that I discovered that had been the point. He'd resigned his job on the police force. I don't know where the money came from after that, but we always seemed to have enough. Knowing what I know now, it sounds awful to say, but those were some of the happiest years of my childhood. I'd lost my mother, but my father doted on me, and together it seemed like we would get past our pain. I know I've made him sound like an alcoholic recluse who lived in the shed, but those were generally nocturnal activities for him. During the day was time he spent with me. There was only one time I recall him going into the shed during the day. This was a couple of years after my mother's disappearance, and I must have been about 10. The phone in the kitchen started ringing, and my father was upstairs. I had recently received permission from my father to answer the phone, so I was excited to take up my new responsibility. I picked up the handset and said my memorized phone script into the receiver. "Hello, Montauk residence." A man's voice asked to speak with my father. It was a breathy voice, like that of an old man, and at the time I decided he had a German accent, though when I was young, a lot of different nationalities and accents were lumped together in my mind under the label German. "What is this regarding?" I asked. I had a whole phone conversation memorized and wanted to use as much of it as possible. The man sounded surprised at this, and said hesitantly that he was from my father's work. I asked him if he was from the police, and after a pause he said yes. He asked me to tell my father that it was Detective Rayner on the line, with a new case for him. At this point my father had come down to the kitchen to see who was calling. I told him, and he visibly paled. He took the handset from me and placed it to his ear, not speaking but listening very intently. After a moment he told me to go up to my room, as this was a grown-up conversation. I turned to leave, but as I was heading up the stairs, the light bulb in the landing blew. The bulbs in our house broke off, and my father said we had faulty wiring. So even at that age, I was quite adept at changing them. So I turned around and headed back downstairs to fetch a new bulb.
Detective Rayner.
As I approached the cabinet where we kept
Interesting.
them, I heard my father's voice from the kitchen. He was still on the phone and he sounded angry. I heard him say, "No, not already. Do it yourself."
Do it
Then
yourself.
he went very quiet and listened, before finally
Rune's back,
said
I think.
okay, that he'd do it as soon as possible. He put down the phone, then went over to the cupboard and poured himself a drink. He spent the rest of the day in the shed. The one question they kept asking me over and over during the investigation into my father was whether I knew where the rest of the bodies were. I told them the truth, that I had no idea. They claimed they wanted to confirm the identities of the victims, which they couldn't easily do with what was left. I didn't know where the bodies were,
awful.
but I also didn't tell them of the other way they might have identified the victims. My father's photographs. I didn't say anything because I had no idea where he kept them, and I thought it would only make things worse if they couldn't find them. But yes, my father took photographs. During those 5 years, I had gradually started to notice more and more canisters of photographic film left around the house. This puzzled me, since though my dad and I did sometimes go on short holidays, we never took a lot of pictures.
Right.
Asking him about it, my father told me he had been trying to learn photography, but didn't trust developers not to ruin his films, as he'd apparently had problems before. I suggested he make himself a darkroom for developing them himself. I'd seen one in Ghostbusters 2 on TV the previous Christmas, and loved the idea of having a room like
Which you
that.
did.
His face lit up, and he said he'd convert the guest bedroom. He then warned me that once it was done, I could never go in there without his supervision, as there would be lots of dangerous chemicals. I didn't care. I was just so glad that an idea of mine had made my father so happy. That summer, my father converted the guest bedroom into a dark room for developing photographs. Like the shed, it was locked almost all the time, but occasionally my father would take me inside, and together we'd develop photographs of cars or trees or whatever else a 10 or 11-year-old with a camera takes pictures of. Mostly, though, my father worked in there alone and kept the door locked while he did. He seemed almost happy those last couple of years.
Hi, Rune.
I didn't have an unsupervised look inside
You're
until a few
muted.
weeks
Oh,
before
you're
my
back.
father was caught.
Welcome back.
It was a Saturday evening, in late autumn, and my father was out of the house. I spent the day watching TV and reading, but as it started to get dark, I found myself bored and alone. Passing by the door to what was now the dark room, I noticed that the key was still in the lock.
Uh-oh.
I sometimes think back to that day and wonder if my father left it deliberately. He'd been so careful for so many years, and then he just forgot. I knew about the dangers, but something inside me couldn't resist going in. There were no photos stored there. To this day, I don't know where my father kept his developed pictures. But there were about a dozen images hung out to dry. They're still vivid in my mind, black and white and washed in the deep red of the dark room. Each photo was of a person's face, close up and expressionless. Their eyes were dull and glassy. I'd never seen corpses before, so I didn't really understand what I was looking at. On each face were thick black lines that formed these symbols that I didn't recognize. But they were clearly drawn on the faces themselves, not just on the photographs. I don't remember the symbols in any great detail, I'm afraid. Just the faces that they were drawn onto, though they weren't people I recognized. Nor did they match any of the photos the police showed me
Poor
later.
woman.
I never went back in the dark room after I closed and locked the door behind me that day. I spent the next weeks wondering if I should tell my father what I had seen.
No.
I didn't know what I had seen, not really, but it felt like a bad
Do not
secret.
tell your
I
father.
didn't know what to do. Finally, I decided to tell him. He was
Oh my
drinking on
God.
the sofa at the time, and he turned off the television as soon as I mentioned going into the dark room. He didn't say a word as I told him what I'd seen, just looked at me with an expression on his face I'd never seen before. When I was finished, he stood up and walked towards me. Before taking me in his arms and giving me the last and longest hug I would ever get from him, he asked me not to hate him, and told me it would soon be over, then turned to go. I had no idea what he was talking about, but when I asked, he just said that I needed to stay in my room until he got back. Then he left. I did what I was told. I went up to my room and lay in bed trying to sleep. The air was heavy somehow. In the end, I spent the night staring out of the window at the street below. I was waiting for something, though I didn't know what. I remember it was 2:47 in the morning that it started. I finally had an alarm clock, and the image of it is still clear in my memory. I was thirsty. I went downstairs to get a glass of water. I turned on the tap, but what flowed out was a thick stream of muddy brown, brackish water. It
Oh
smelled
God.
terrible. I froze as I remembered the last time that had happened. My father still wasn't home, and I went into the living room to watch desperately out of the window. Looking down the street for his return, I was terrified. As I stared down the road, I was struck by how small the puddles of light were from the street lamps, stretching far into the distance. But not as far as they should have gone. There were fewer lights than there should be, I was sure of it. Then I saw the light at the end of the road blink off. There was no moon out that night, and all the houses were quiet. When the street lights stopped, there was nothing but black. The next closest street light failed, then the next, and the next. A slow, rolling blanket of darkness making its unhurried way towards me. The few lights still on in the houses along the road also disappeared as the tide approached. I just sat there, unable to look away. Finally it reached our house, and all at once the lights were gone, and the darkness was inside. I heard a knock on the front door.
No,
Firm,
no, do
unhurried,
not
and
answer that.
Silence. I did not move.
No,
The knocking
don't.
came again, harder this time, and I heard the door rattle on its hinges. As it got louder, it began to sound less and less like a person knocking, and more like
Who was muted?
like
Me.
meat being slammed against the
Oh
stone
no.
front door. I
It's
turned
okay.
and ran towards the phone. Picking it up, I heard a dial tone and would have cried with relief if I wasn't crying with fear. I dialed the police, and as soon as they picked up, I started to babble about what was happening. The lady on the other end was patient with me and kept on gently insisting I give her the address, until finally I was composed enough. Almost as soon as I had told her where I was, I heard the door begin to splinter. I dropped
Oh
the
my
phone
God.
and ran towards the back of the house. As I did so, I heard the front door burst behind me, and I heard a growl. It was rumbling, deep and breathy like a
Growl.
wild animal, but had a strange ring
Ugh.
to it that I've never been able to place. No matter where I turned, it sounded like it came out of the darkness right behind me. I didn't have time to think about it as I ran into the back garden and into a light that I did not expect. There in front of me
Cop?
was the shed. It
Oh,
glowed, a dull, pulsing blue from every crack and seam. I didn't stop, though, as I heard again that growl behind me, and I ran towards it and pulled at the door. The shed was not locked that night. To this day, I don't know if I regret that fact. The first thing I saw when I opened that door was my father, bathed in the pale blue light.
hi,
I
Fernando.
couldn't see the source for the glow, but it was so bright.
Welcome in.
He was knelt in the center of an ornate chalk pattern, scrawled on the rough wood of the floor. In front of him lay a man I didn't know, but he was clearly dead. His chest had been cut open, and still gaped and bled feebly. In one hand my father held a wicked-looking knife, and in the other he held the man's heart.
Oh.
My father was chanting, and as the song rose in
Oh.
Belver
Oh, there's a horrible
its rhythm,
heartbeat.
and the blue light brightened and dimmed in time. I looked at the walls
Oh, I don't like that.
and noticed that they were covered in shelves, each of which contained glass jars, full of what I
Of
would
hearts.
later learn was formaldehyde, containing a single heart, which also beat in time with the one that dripped in my father's hand.
Jesus Christ.
It was an odd thing to notice at the time, but I remember that the dead man wore the same pendant
Holy
as my
moly.
mother, a silver hand with a closed-eye design. I don't know how long I stood there staring. It might have been hours, or it might have been only a moment or two. And then I heard that growl behind me and sensed a presence so close that I could feel the darkness on my back. Before I could react or move or scream, my father's chant came to a crescendo, and he plunged the dagger into the beating heart. All at once the presence vanished, and the blue glow died. I could no
So
longer
he's
hear the beating of the
sacrificing hearts to
In the
stop
silence,
this creature.
I realized I could hear police sirens in the distance. I heard my dad tell me he was sorry, and then he started to run. You know the rest. Manhunt, trial, prison, death. They say there were 40 hearts kept in that shed, not including his last victim. But of course the police didn't arrive until all that was left of it was a grisly trophy cabinet. Whatever I had seen my father doing in there, its effects had long since vanished. I don't know why my father did what he did, and I doubt I ever will. But the more I go over these events in my head, the more sure I am that he had his reasons. Statement ends. There's not much more to be added here. The police reports on Robert Montauk are predictably thorough, and there are few details to be added. The vast majority of research into this case has already been done by the serial killer enthusiast community, which, though deeply unsettling, does often prove to be surprisingly useful in high publicity cases like this. In addition to the body of one Christopher Lorne, 40 preserved hearts were recovered from Robert Montauk's shed. They were arranged on the walls on individual shelves, forming patterns of 11 hearts on each inner wall and 7 on the wall with the door. Photos of the patterns match up to the various formula of sacred geometry, but don't appear to correspond exactly with any specific school. Of possible significance also is the fact that the rest of the bodies were never found. The symbol on the two pendants is that of the People's Church of the Divine Host, a small cult that grew around the defrocked Pentecostal minister Maxwell Rayner in London during the late 80s and early 90s. I knew I recognized the name from statement 1106922, though currently it just looks like a coincidence. Christopher Lorne was a member of the church, and his family hadn't heard from him in the 6 years prior to his murder.
Do you recognize?
Mr. Rayner himself disappeared from public
Christopher
sometime in
Lorne?
1994, and the group
No,
fragmented
unfortunately not.
shortly afterwards.
Not
I
Christopher
wish we did.
Lorne,
The police
Maxwell
made
Rayner.
many attempts to follow
I
up on
believe
the
we've met him
Montauk
before.
case, but were never able to locate any members related to his statements. The house on York Road is still inhabited, though the current owners pulled down the shed over a decade ago and replaced it with a patio. Robert Montauk died in Wakefield Prison on November the 1st, 2002. He was stabbed 47 times and bled out before anyone found him. After reading this statement, 3 points of interest occur. No culprit or weapon was ever found connected to the killing. He was apparently alone in his cell at the time, which was supposed to be locked. And at the time of his death, the light bulb in his cell was found to have
Of course.
gone out,
Okay.
leaving him in darkness. Recording ends.
Yeah. Right. So my theory is he was sacrificing
The Magnus
people
Archives is a
with the
podcast
chant and the whole
distributed by
stabbing of the
Speak.
heart in order to hold off this entity, whatever it is, from harming him or, more importantly, his daughter. The whole death inside the cell would probably be because he couldn't kill anyone or make the sacrifice, and so it found him and it took his heart instead. In other words, it killed him. So. But where did we hear Maxwell Rayner from?
I was wrong. I am incorrect. I thought the Rayner family was connected to Hill House. The Hilltop. Cause I could have sworn the Hilltop Road.
Okay. I mean, then this was a really good episode. I think it
really
was
freaking like this
okay.
episode. It deals with my own very personal fears, that being the dark. I fucking hate the dark. I sleep with my LED lights on because I don't like sleeping in the dark. Oh, it was Raymond.
Yeah.
That's why. It was Raymond, not Rayner. That's why I was confused.
Oh, similar sounding names.
Yes.
Okay.
Though we have potentially seen Maxwell before, it's theorized he makes a minor appearance in episode 7, The Piper. Though it's not a confirmed appearance, it's just speculated that that might be him.
Right, okay. Well, that's fair enough. I mean, thank you for the Daily Coin Mirror. Welcome back from having your sandwich. I think you had your sandwich.
Yoink. Lots of death of family members in these episodes. In these next couple ones, or in this one and the last one. People be dying.
Them are the dog, but I hate absolute silence.
I also
know you
hate absolute silence. I cannot live without having some sort of sound going on in the background. Otherwise...
Never... I mean... Okay, so back when... This is going to get a bit personal for me, but back when my depression was quite strong, I couldn't stand silence. I always needed someone or something going on, talking in some way to keep me going, you know? Now that I've kind of become accustomed to my mental health conditions, it's more of a case of like, I can be in complete silence, just not for very long.
Yeah, I can do it in short bursts, but if you leave me in silence too long, I will start spiraling for no particular reason.
Rexy boy.
It's brutal.
Oh, Rexy boy. It says, but complete silence sounds very, very loud.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, silence is loud, especially because, like, in a world with electronic devices, one of the things that is a thing is that we hear it, like, there's no such thing as true silence in this day and age, or there's very, very not quite in the way people would expect, because, like, there's always the humming of electronics, there's always little background noises that are there.
Yeah.
For a purely silent experience, but yeah, like humming of electronics and stuff, I know is some people are more attuned to like TVs and like things just humming with idle power, which might be what you're experiencing. It just gets loud
Who
in my
knows?
head when there's silence. I'm eating a taffy. Yum.
You're having a coffee?
A taffy. A laffy taffy.
Oh, a taffy. What you said, a coffee. I was like, you're having coffee? Very nice. My poor kittens are teething, everybody. Poor things.
Poor beans.
Poor babies. Poor babies indeed. Okay, so our next episode, what are the words?
Vampire killer.
Trigger warnings. The trigger warnings are in the
You put
chat
them in
already.
chat,
Yep. We will move over to Vampire Killer now. And then, yeah.
Yeah. Ready?
Oh. Count us in, Rooney.
3, 2, 1, go.
Poor baby.
Rusty Quill presents
It's okay.
the Magnus
Oh, why is that louder?
Archives.
Maybe he did some audio adjusting in this episode.
That's fair.
It was like super loud. Holy shit.
Episode 10. Vampire Killer.
I was like, it'd be delightful to sarcasm, yeah. Wait, where's our knock?
Where's our knock? There it is.
There it is. Only 2? There's normally 3.
Only. This is
no.
our second one. What? This is our second one so far.
Statement of
No,
Trevor
but yeah.
regarding his life as a self-proclaimed vampire hunter. Original statement given
What I meant
July
was
10th,
the
2010.
boom,
Oh.
happens before it starts.
Head archivist of the
It didn't
Magnus
come
Institute,
soon enough for me.
London.
I know, it holds you on that anticipation. It's like, I know it's coming.
Right then.
Yeah.
It's been almost 50 years I've been meaning to pay you people a visit and get this down on paper, but I finally got here. So where to start?
Waits
My
50
name is Trevor
years.
Herbert, like I put at the top of your form there, and I've been homeless for most of my life. In fact, if you lived in Manchester, there's a good chance you'd have heard of me. They call me Trevor the Tramp. I mean, I'm not exactly easy to miss, am I? And I've been living there in public view for so long, I guess I've become kind of an institution.
Poor Trevor.
Helps that I've always had a kind of uncanny knack for guessing people's ages. People will come up to me on the street and ask me to guess their age, and I'll tell them, and most of the time they'll be shocked when I get it right. It's fun.
You turn off the lights.
So everyone around Manchester knows about Trevor the Tramp, sure. I hear someone even made me a page on the internet, and it got a few thousand likes. I don't know exactly what that means, but it sounds nice. Obviously, that's not.
That's clever, Zero.
Though, is it?
Very
No,
clever.
I'm here because I've also dedicated my life to finding and killing vampires. I've killed 5 people that I know for sure as vampires, and there are 2 more that may or may not have been. There is 1 man I have killed, unfortunately, who I'm now sure was human, but I also know that he was a violent criminal, so I try not to feel too badly about that. I'm sure it's hard to accept for anyone, even an organisation such as yourselves, but
thank you for the care package.
to give you except the vampire
Thank you for the care
that I will leave with this
package.
statement. Do not feel bad about reporting
Thanks,
me to
Pixie.
police
Welcome
murders,
in.
as I am sure you may, since I have recently received a diagnosis of late-stage lung cancer, and it is doubtful I will be living much longer anyway. That is the main reason for finally
late-stage
putting down
lung
on paper the
cancer.
details of the mission I've been secretly undertaking for the last half a century. I killed my first vampire in 1959. At that point, I was still living a mostly normal life, save perhaps for the abuse my family was subject to from my father.
Add time.
He was a vile
Good luck
man who
out
ended
there.
up killing my mother in 56. It was a clear-cut case of drunken murder, but the courts ruled it as an accident, and my father stayed out of jail. Luckily, myself and my brother only had to endure 4 months of unpleasantness from him before he finally finished drinking himself to death. I was 13 when he finally died, and my brother was 15. Following his death, there were several attempts to rehome us as orphans, but they always split us up, and we couldn't be doing with that, so we'd generally run away. After a while, it became so we were happier finding our way on the streets than in another stranger's home. It was in autumn of 1959 that we were taken in by Sylvia MacDonald. It wasn't any sort of official fostering agreement, but it was getting to be quite cold at the end of October, and it just saw us shivering in a side street next to the King's Arms Hotel, as it was back then, on Tipping Street before the ring road took it over. Looking back, I believe it to have been visiting the pub for the purposes of locating down and outs for use as victims, and in my brother and myself, I must say, it successfully found some. It looked like an older woman, a widow, I assumed from the way it dressed in black, and had a strange manner, which I know now to be the mark of the vampire, but back then I paid no attention to it. Many of the older folks had lived through both wars, and it was not uncommon for them to be somewhat strange. I thought this was the case with Sylvia MacDonald, and after a small amount of discussion, my brother and I agreed to the offer of food and shelter. Let me say a little bit about the vampire's manner, because once I taught myself to read, I read as much on the subject as I could, and it isn't covered often or clearly in those books I have found. You see, from my own observations, I believe a vampire to be more like an animal than a man. That is not to be taken as merely a turn of phrase, but more to do with how they work. I do not believe vampires are human in anything more than their appearance, nor have I ever seen evidence that they create more of their kind through feeding. One thing that should be noted is that they do not speak. In fact, they are, in my experience, totally silent, having no need for air and no room in their throats for a windpipe. They are able to make themselves understood, however, with absolute clarity, though the manner through which they do so has never been clear to me. When Sylvia MacDonald came to us in the alleyway that day, we understood that was the name it gave itself, and that we were being offered a meal and a bed, even though it never uttered a single sound. More than that, I do not recall the fact that it never said a word as striking either of us as strange in the slightest. I have never fully understood how they are able to do this, and I doubt that I ever shall, but I can only assume it to be some instinctive form of hypnosis or mind control. Another misconception I have always faced when trying to discuss vampires is that people think they cannot go out during the day. They can. While I have witnessed them avoid direct sunlight if possible and wear generally more covering clothes when moving around during the daytime,
this person's
they seem
delusional.
to have no significant problem doing so. I would describe them as weaker during the day,
So was
whether this
John.
is scientifically due to the sunlight or simply because evil has
John
less
thinks most
power
of these
in the
people are
daylight
delusional.
hours is unclear to me.
I can't blame
Sylvia
him.
MacDonald came to us on an overcast afternoon,
Well,
and enough of its
actually, I
pale
can
flesh
for a
was
lot of
uncovered
them.
that
This
were
one
sunlight
specifically,
to truly
though,
harm a vampire, then it would
delusional.
likely have been destroyed.
Well, if there's
On that
one thing
afternoon, my
about the
brother
Magnus
Nigel and I
archives, it's
agreed
that
to go
every
back to the
statement that
house of
makes it
Sylvia
into the
MacDonald
podcast,
in the hopes of a roof
well,
over our heads for a little
I can't
while.
tell you, because that'd be spoilers.
It lived on Loon Street,
Yeah.
which is still there.
I was going to, and then I was like, wait a minute.
And there's just a bit of scrubland now where it used to be. I sometimes go there to pay my respects, since my brother has no burial or grave I can visit. The house was old, even when I went there in 1959, and entering it, I was hit by a stale, coppery smell that I did not recognize as old blood at the time, since I was barely 16 and did not have then the experience I have now. The furniture and wallpaper had clearly not been changed in many decades, and a thick layer of dust covered everything. Even the floor was pale with dust, except for a stark line where Sylvia MacDonald moved, the train of its dress dragging behind it. I remember wondering whether Sylvia MacDonald walked exactly the same route through the house always, as I saw other clear lines of passage in the rooms we passed through. None of the furniture looked used, and when I picked up a book from one of the shelves, the pages were solid with damp and mould. I began to feel very uneasy at this point, but whatever powers of persuasion the vampire had calmed me enough to continue following it with my brother. We went up the stairs, and I was led to a small room with a bed in it. I was made to understand that this would be my room and was left there as Sylvia MacDonald led my brother away to the room next to it. When it returned, it brought a bowl of fruit and offered it to me. The fruit was clearly weeks old and in various stages of rotting, but just to appease the thing,
Ew.
I found an apple and a couple of grapes that seemed edible, and I ate them. It watched me silently the whole time, and then turned and walked out towards Nigel's room. By this time, whatever the creature had done to make me compliant seemed to be starting to wear off, and I was realizing just how wrong everything was. I was also realizing that it didn't look like there was any easy escape from the house. All the windows I had seen were barred, and I recalled Sylvia MacDonald had locked the sturdy-looking front door behind it after we had all entered. So instead I just laid down on the musty old bed and I waited. Couldn't rightly say what I was waiting for, but soon enough it got dark, and I assumed Sylvia MacDonald had gone to sleep, not yet realizing the manner of being that I was dealing with. I wanted some light to comfort me, but the old house seemed to have no electricity at all, so I used my cigarette lighter on a candle I found next to the bed and crept towards the door. It wasn't locked, thankfully, and I left the room assigned to me and walked over to where I believed my brother was. I went in and found him lying in his own bed, pretending to sleep. After a bit of talk, it became clear that Nigel was no happier with our situation than I was, and we both resolved that another night on the cold streets was better than staying with this strange woman. As we talked through possible ways to escape, however, we heard a rustling sound outside the door, and the handle began to turn. Not wanting to anger our strange host, I crawled under the bed to hide, while Nigel returned to pretending to sleep. From my vantage point under the bed, I could see the door open and the skirt of Sylvia MacDonald enter and move towards the bed. I simply laid there and tried not to make a sound. I am not proud of this, and sometimes have a certainty that my inaction led directly to my brother's death, but most of the time I accept that if I had alerted the vampire to my presence, then I would also have died. Either way, the fact of the matter is that I did nothing, as I heard the sounds of a struggle overhead and Nigel's strangled cry. The creature turned quickly and hurled him down. Something fell to the floor in front of me, but I didn't look at it. My eyes locked on Sylvia MacDonald as it pounced on my brother. It opened its mouth for what I then realized was the first time since we met it, and I could see nothing inside save for a dozen long, thick, pointed teeth like a shark. In one fluid movement, it plunged those teeth into my brother's neck and tore out a great chunk of flesh. Blood started to
Oh
spurt from
dear,
Nigel's
he's dead.
spasming body as Sylvia MacDonald's throat began to twitch. Its jaw detached, and a long, tubular tongue about the thickness of my forearm snaked out of its throat and clamped onto the gushing wound.
Which is why it
There
has
was
no
an
room for a
awful
windpipe.
slurping sound, the first noise I'd ever really heard the creature make, as the tongue sucked the blood from my brother's throat. I just lay there watching,
Gross.
So
as
gross.
its stomach began to distend and swell, the now bulbous belly straining against the black dress it wore. After the longest 10 minutes of my life,
No, Rex,
the
stop.
vampire finished. Its tongue retracted back into its throat, still dripping blood onto the now pale corpse of my brother, and it lay back upon the floor, apparently contented. As this had been happening, all my energy had gone towards not screaming or giving away my presence. But as the vampire lay satiated on the floor, I turned my attention to what had fallen from Nigel's hand when he had been dragged out of the bed. It was his pocket knife. I had no idea what a small knife like that would do against a creature that seemed far stronger and faster than me. But I didn't see any option other than to try. I moved so slowly as I reached for the knife that at times it seemed like I wasn't moving at all. I was worried that the creature would spot me and strike as it had with Nigel, although I now know that smell is in fact the vampire's major sense, and with all the blood around there was little chance of it detecting my scent. Grasping the knife in my hands, I crept over towards the creature as it placidly digested my brother's life, until I stood over it. I felt a sudden surge of rage and adrenaline come over me, and with a speed and strength I never knew I had, I plunged the knife into Sylvia MacDonald's blood-bloated stomach. It burst like a sick balloon, and blood
Oh.
began to pour out. The creature's eyes shot open and it clutched at the wound desperately. Its throat was not capable of uttering a scream, but its face displayed a silent pain and anger as it flailed on the floor. Stumbling back, trying to wipe the blood from my eyes, I felt an unexpected burning in my hand. I realized I'd touched the still-lit candle on the bedside table. I don't know what I expected to happen when I grabbed the candle and pressed it to the dry part of Sylvia MacDonald's dress. I was just trying to find anything else I could do to harm it before it could recover from its split belly. But I certainly didn't expect it to catch like dry tinder. The fire spread quickly over its repulsive form, though it did slow somewhat where the clothing or flesh was still moist with blood. It struck me that the vampire must be a very dry creature when not fresh-fed and engorged. Perhaps I had struck before the liquid could spread throughout its body. Whatever the reason, Sylvia MacDonald was alight, to such a degree that the rest of the room was starting to catch fire as well. I was distraught at the idea of leaving this house without my brother, but he was clearly dead, and I needed to escape. I recalled the vampire had been carrying a handbag when we first met it, and had used a key from it to lock the front door. It did not have the handbag with it now, though, so I began to desperately search the other rooms of the house, trying to find it. I did find it in the end, in what I assumed to be the vampire's bedroom. I'll not describe it in detail, except to say that it appears to be where the creature took most of its meals. Hopefully that makes the picture clear enough for you. I found
How dare you eat in bed?
That house before the fire did me any serious damage. I was terrified
I
of
do
the
that
police
too.
coming and thinking I was a murderer, so I didn't stick around. I just fled into the night. It was almost a decade before I encountered another vampire. I'd been living on the streets all that time, occasionally in and out of various institutions, and had just about managed to convince myself that Sylvia MacDonald had just been a bad reaction to the stress of watching my brother's murder. It was in the late 60s that I learned different. It was 1968, I remember, because that was the year United won the European Cup, and I did quite well out of it, people being generous to begging when they're happy over a sports win. On a Friday night, I would generally spend my time around the Oasis Club in Lloyd Street, and hit up for change anyone who was slightly the worse for drink. Well, this night in particular I was doing quite well, as it was a warm June evening not too long after the cup final, and everyone was in a good mood. Now, about 11:30 that night, I spied a stranger all turned out for dancing, making his way from the club with a lady friend. I reckoned they might be good for a tanner, so I made my approach. I gave them the spiel and waited. The man looked at me, and I understood he wouldn't be giving me any money, and I stepped away. It was as he turned to leave, I realized that he hadn't opened his mouth, and memories of Sylvia MacDonald came rushing back to me in a flash.
Okay.
I wasn't sure what to do, so I followed behind them at a distance. I didn't try to hide or disguise myself, as I had long since learned, and it's true now as it was back then, that no one pays any real attention to a tramp. As I watched, I saw the clearly drunken woman asking this stranger questions, and each time he'd just look at her, and she'd smile as though he'd given some reassuring answer, and stumble on behind him. All the while he never once opened his mouth. I didn't rightly know what to do about this. I had no weapon save my brother's old pocket knife, which I had kept sharp all these years, and while I was pretty sure of what I was seeing, I was still hesitant to attack with no provocation and no plan. As we walked, I kept an eye out for any discarded wood or timber, and sure enough noticed a broken wooden pallet partially sticking out of a bin. I grabbed a long shard and used my knife to quickly hack it to a point, ignoring the splinters. While I had not at that time done much research into the creatures I faced, believing as I did my experience as a youth to be the product of a disturbed mental state, I was still aware of their supposed weakness to wooden stakes. I had now followed the vampire, who I would later find out called itself Robert Arden, and its victim back to the building where it apparently lived. It let itself in the front door and the woman followed. I wasn't fast enough to get in before the front door closed and obviously didn't have a key, so I went round the windows and, luckily, it seemed the vampire lived on the ground floor. I watched through the window as it led its victim into a sparsely furnished living room. I couldn't see any obvious signs of previous slaughter, but I remembered how cleanly Sylvia MacDonald had sucked up all the blood from my brother, so this did not strike me as odd. I gently tried the window and found it locked, so searched the garden for the heaviest stone I could find and watched what was happening inside. I had to be sure. Soon enough, Robert Arden moved smoothly behind its now seated prey, and finally opened its mouth to reveal those rows of shark-like teeth I knew would be there. I hurled the rock I held through the window, showering the room with broken glass and causing the woman to scream in shock. Robert Arden raised its head in surprise, and for one moment our eyes locked, and I knew I had made a terrible mistake. The woman looked at her monstrous companion and, seeing his now open mouth, screamed her terror even louder. In a single movement, far quicker than I expected, Robert Arden was through the window and on me. I struggled and fought, but it was far stronger than I was, and I could barely keep its jagged teeth from finding my throat. It was the first and last time I ever touched a vampire's skin with my own. The flesh was cold and spongy, like the inside of a bruised apple, and I felt bile rise in my throat even as I fought for my life. Finally, its teeth bit into my neck. Not enough to kill me outright, but with enough force to cause the blood to flow. At that moment, I saw a sort of frenzy enter the eyes of Robert Arden, and with a spasm, its leech's tongue surged from its throat, and I felt it attached to my neck. I do not know if you've ever felt your blood being sucked out of you, but I would not recommend it. Now it is at this point I have something of a confession to make. For the 3 years preceding this event, as well as on and off throughout the years since, I have had a relationship with the drug heroin. I tried it for the first time shortly after Nigel's death, and since then I have periodically relapsed. I have always tried to keep this a secret, as I am aware that I have a certain reputation to uphold, and I would not want it to be damaged with the revealing of my addiction. But it is important to this account, as I believe it was whatever heroin still remained in my system that night that caused the vampire Robert Arden to remove its tongue from my neck and start to shake as though having a violent choking fit. I lay there, trying to
Wait, so
compose
he
myself
thinks
enough to fight back,
vampires are what,
when I
like,
became aware of a
allergic to
The
heroin?
woman who had been brought in as a
Less
victim
that,
was
and I
standing
assume
over
it
the
had to do
flailing
with
Robert
the
Arden,
impurity of the
stabbing
blood
him
at that
repeatedly
point.
with a kitchen knife. Strong and quick as it was, the vampire didn't seem to be able to cope with the sudden onslaught of violence and was on the ground. This gave me the precious seconds I needed to get to my feet and locate my improvised wooden stake. I took aim and plunged it into where I believed the thing's heart should be. It was easier than I thought it would be. The chest was soft and yielding, and there didn't seem to be any rib cage to stop the blow. Robert Arden went rigid and froze, apparently unable to move its body, though I saw its eyes darting around wildly. It was at that point the woman, whose name I never discovered, dropped the knife and ran. I never saw her again, but she had already saved my life. I took out my cigarette lighter and set Robert Arden alight. Like Sylvia MacDonald before it, it caught fire in a matter of seconds, and by the time the police arrived, there was nothing left but a small patch of scorched tarmac. I was lucky that night, and nobody saw anything or called the police before I was finished and had made my way from the scene. But I was always more careful after that. Following that night, though, I was never again worried that I might have been wrong about the existence of vampires. I always kept my eyes open for them, although sometimes I was too eager, as was the case of Allard Dupont, who I killed in 1982 and later discovered was a human. It is my belief that they are very rare and feed only infrequently, as all evidence I have seen points to their feeding being fatal. If there were many vampires, or if they ate often, the number of disappearances would quickly become noticeable to the rest of society. I do not know what they do with the bodies of their victims, and this has always perplexed me, as they do not have any mechanism for eating solid food, and I do not believe there are many, if any, cases of murder where the body is found completely without blood. I certainly do not think they rise as vampires themselves, as the vampire population seems far too small for this to be a possibility.
They get
Kind of contradicts the previous
Statement
Sylvia
ends.
taking her meals in her room.
According to
Because that
Martin,
brings
who was
image
here
just
when they
the
took this statement,
corpses
it was at
that
this
were
point
just
in
left
writing that Mr.
undeal with
Herbert
rotting
announced
on
he
the
needed
floor to
some
me.
sleep before
But then
continuing.
him being like, I don't know what they
He
do
was
with the
shown to the break
bodies.
room where
It's like,
he went
okay,
to
well, I
sleep
guess they
on the
weren't left
couch.
there.
He did not awaken, unfortunately succumbing to the lung cancer right there. Martin says the staff had been aware of how serious Mr. Herbert's condition was and had advised him to seek medical aid prior to giving his statement, but were told rather bluntly by the old man that he would not wait another second to state his case. I can't decide whether this lends more or less credibility to his tale. Regardless, there is substantial evidence to support the version of events told by Mr. Herbert in all aspects except the vampirism. There is a news report of a 1959 fire that consumed a house on Loom Street and apparently claimed the life of an 18-year-old boy, although no mention is made of the homeowner. And a police report from 1968 confirms the disappearance of Robert Arden in Manchester amid circumstances of violence, including a broken window and signs of a fire, though no human remains were found. There is also a murder report concerning one Allard Dupont, whose partially burned corpse was found in his home on August the 2nd, 1982. Unfortunately, Mr. Herbert was never able to give details of others, so we cannot corroborate further. There was, however, a small bag left on top of this statement, which appears to contain 6 shark teeth of varying sizes. According to correspondence with the zoology department at King's College, they didn't match any currently known species. Personally, I don't know what to think. I certainly
Vampires
don't
do
believe in
exist,
wild
okay.
tales of vampirism, but I can't help but notice that the statement above appears to be a photocopy of a photocopy, and can't find these supposed vampire teeth anywhere in the archives or the secure containment room. I don't know where the originals are, but the file number is listed among multiple information requests from the Institute's government and law enforcement contracts. It may be that they take Mr. Herbert's statement far more seriously than I do. End recording.
Interesting.
Our first mention of the secure containment room. I don't think it's ever called that again. I think they just refer to it as a storage room after that.
Okay. So this confirms the existence of vampires. And it also... But it also, I guess, validates the fact that this guy wasn't totally loony. He had some interesting information to teach us.
God damn, why are there so many death of a family members in these episodes? Sorry, I was looking at the trigger warnings for the next episode. The last 3 have all involved the death of a family member.
It happens.
Continue.
It happens. I lost my train of thought. It's fine. What was I saying?
Vampires are real.
Yes, vampires are real. That's about it.
But yeah, he can't find a break before the next episode.
Break? Yeah, sure. I will agree to that. And as
yeah, that episode is one of all times. I had to mute so I could gag, actually. Yeah, that episode is something.
The drugs have kicked in. I'm loopy.
Yay!
Okay, it's fine.
No more pain!
Okay, I will head to our break then, and we will return in about... should we say we come back in 10 minutes?
Sure, I'm gonna play some Lighteners Live in the meantime.
Okay, I will go on a 10-minute break so I can, like, lay down for a sec.
Yeah, do that.
Alright, be right back, everyone!
I will be here. When you come back, I'm gonna leave you unmuted, so when you come back, just so you know.
Understood.
Let me open up. We'll set that over there. I might have to move Dan over a little bit more, I might not. Could do this in the meantime. Mainly because it's quick, it's easy, and I don't feel a particular need for a break at the moment. I've been playing this a lot. Slytherin brain rot so bad. It's been mixing with my solar brain rot and low-key my Magnus Archives brain rot, which doesn't entirely work. So it's just like a jumble in my brain. Desperately trying to combine concepts. It's like, this does not work. Why? Why? God damn it. That's actually just really hard. I realized that I should have gotten Dan to maybe set this up. Well, I don't know if Dan's on his BRB screen. He might be. The focus. Dang it. Get snacks, get treats, get food. Y'all have any requests for what you want me to play? Ooh, I got a new high score. Just let me know and I'll play it. I did not get all the holds. I did not think I was gonna get that, but I 100%ed it. Woohoo! No missed notes, and I got all my holds. My accuracy is only okay. We will be getting back to the Magnus Archives soon. I've been trying to T-rank this one, in the game on my Switch, and by fucking god, I swear you have to get an actual perfect run to be able to do it. It's so hard, I've been trying. I managed to get it up to S rank on normal, but I haven't been able to do better than that, but I'm only missing like 5 notes.
time.
App
Good luck out there.
time! Ooh, the stress. No, I lost my combo! That's so hard, oh my god. Those double combos are fucking killer, man. I cannot get them. Food will be done in about 4 minutes. Ooh, yum, food. I don't. There's 2 of them I don't want to do because they're really hard and they make me look like a fool. Because I can't do them. And that is the power of Neo and the power of Spampton. They have a really fucking hard pattern, and I cannot for the life of me get them. However, I do fucking adore its TV time.
Let's go!
I am currently mid its TV time.
Okay, I can wait. That's fine. I needed that lie down. Oh my gosh.
That's fair.
Well needed.
Can I keep my combo up? We'll find out. I can't remember if I've 100% of this one or not. I didn't check. Nope, I lost my combo.
How
Shots are
does
always the
the
hardest.
how does the game you're playing work exactly?
So, you know in the Lightner's Live minigame from Deltarune Chapter 3?
Ah, I see.
You can also just look at my screen, or at my stream.
Oh yes, I need that.
It's just a rhythm minigame.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Music. I cannot play these minigames. I'm very not great at these minigames.
Me neither. I say as I'm doing pretty okay. I've played this one a lot.
Yeah.
To be fair, past the section I always fuck up.
Oh, that's always good. How long's it go on for?
It's done. They've got the entire OST up to chapter 4 so far, and Undertale. What about rules? You want me to do rules before we start? I could do rules. Where is rules? I like doing rules. Where is rules? It's there.
No idea.
It's pronounced rules. This one's shorter. And then we can get back to it.
Okay. You just let me know.
Yep.
My head does feel a lot better after lying down. I think it's because I've been in front of the screen a bit too much today, I think.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, you can always close your eyes while we listen to the episode.
If I close my eyes, I'm scared I will fall asleep.
That is very fair. Do you want to stop it at 3 then? We'll listen to the next one, give our thoughts, and then end it there, so you can rest.
Yeah, you know what? I think that's a good idea. We have to look after ourselves. I can't.
Exactly. It's like there's no use
I can't
pushing,
talk about.
use pushing yourself if you don't need to.
It means I can read into you
Oh.
and have you on in the background doing your.
Yeah, I could play some Lightness Live in the background, if you would like. We're on to Dreamer. Then we'll play some more Lightness Live, because brain rot.
We like a brain rot.
We really do like brain rot. I watched over 200 animatics while at work in one day. I built a whole ass playlist. The
Nice.
brain rot is so bad right now, it is... I'm just like screeching constantly.
That's a good thing.
Flower Man's not on it yet, though by God, I wish Flower Man was on Lighters Live Plus. We have to wait for the next update, I assume. If they do the... I assume they're going to keep up with the chapters, but it would probably still be in development right now. It has not been that long since the 5th chapter came out. But they have up to 4 and Undertale's OST, so... We got lots of options, including some impossible ones. There are a couple that are labeled impossible that I've tried my hand at and then slammed my head against the keyboard because, yeah, they really are impossible. They're so hard. Yep, I have gotten the content warnings in the chat for the next
Flower
episode.
Man.
Flower Man single-handedly jumped up to my favorite song of the soundtrack. It's so good. It's so good. Y'all set up and good to go?
Yep, count us in.
Alright. 3, 2, 1.
Go. Dreamer.
Just in time!
Rusty
I
Quill
will go use the
presents
bathroom. I will be right back.
the Magnus Archives.
Welcome back, Mirror.
Episode 11. Dreamer.
Statement of Antonio Blake regarding his recent dreams about Gertrude Robinson, previous head archivist of the Magnus Institute.
Oh,
Original statement given
yes,
March
Gertrude,
14th,
yes.
2015. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, current head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. First off, I should admit that I lied to get in here. I know your criteria are very clear. Any supernatural or unexplainable experience or encounter occurring within the realms of apparent reality. No out-of-body experiences, visions, hallucinations, or dreams. And this is about dreams, make no mistake. But I think you need to hear it anyway. Whether you believe it or not, well, that's up to you. I just don't feel like I could rightly go on my way without at least trying to explain myself. You see, I had a dream about you. I know how that sounds, and I can assure you we don't know each other, but the Institute, the building, even this room, I saw them in my dream as clearly as I see them here before me now. So
Okay.
no, I don't have any tale about a shambling horror in the dark. I ask you to read on, though, as this wasn't the sort of dream you just ignore. I should probably give a little bit of background about myself, rather than just gibbering about dreams and prophecies. I've lived in London for almost a decade now. I came here to do my undergraduate degree at the London School of Economics. I ended up taking a position with Barclays shortly after graduating, and did well enough there. It didn't last long, though. I barely made it through a full year before the stress of my new job, not to mention some problems in my personal life, led to me having a full nervous breakdown. I'd broken up with Graham, my boyfriend of 6 years, and had to leave the home we shared, going to stay with some of the few friends that had survived my year of stress-fueled outbursts and constantly cancelled plans.
Cough, cough.
It was there, sleeping on my friend Anahita's sofa, in the depths of my misery, that I first started to have the dreams. I found myself standing atop the very peak of Canary Wharf and overlooking the Barclays building, where I had spent so many hateful hours. Behind me, I could feel the pulsing beat of the light that stands atop that looming tower. It thrummed through me, and I could see the glow pass across my skin like oil. But try as I might, I could not turn around to look at it. It was then that I noticed there was something wrong with the city below me. It was dark, lit by the sickly orange glow of the street lamps, and there too something pulsed oddly. Looking down, I could see a web of dark tendrils crisscrossing the streets and crawling up the buildings. They were like blood vessels, thick and dark, some as wide as roads and some as thin as a telephone wire, and they all throbbed in time with the beat of light behind me. I needed to get closer. Lucid dreaming has never been a skill I've possessed, and I generally get swept along in the current of whatever runs through my sleeping consciousness. So it came as something of a surprise when my wordless desire to get closer became manifest, and I moved forward. Even more surprising was that my forward motion brought me over the edge of Canary Wharf's roof, and I fell. I plummeted, I don't know how far, until I hit the ground with a crack. I would have expected this to wake me,
Okay.
but instead I simply lay there, spasmed by dream pain. You know, the knowledge of pain without the white heat of nerves. After some while, who can say how long in sleep,
Like ghost paint.
I became standing again, and started to move through that veined orange hellscape that I knew to be the city. As I moved, I will not say walked, for that would not be quite correct. I saw people. Not many and not moving, but they were there. They leered like photographs, overexposed and washed out, caught and immortalized in a single instant. Each had those tendrils wrapped around them, pulsing against their stillness. One had a thin black vein that snaked around her arms and appeared to vanish into where her heart would sit. Another, an older gentleman in a dark blue suit, laid on the ground with a beating mass the size of a tree trunk crushing his legs. On the face of each and every person I saw was that same rictus of surprise, pain, and terrified confusion. I had never dreamed like this before, and I knew there was something in it beyond my own reeling consciousness. Eventually, my wandered drifting led me back to the Barclays building. Something inside me wanted to go inside to see what it was like in this rhythmic, fleshy dreamscape. The lights were on, but they were a sodium vapor orange, like those outside. And as with all the other lights, their brightness pulsed in and out in that beating world, which seemed to rule over all this place. The desks were set up as I knew them to be, but there were no people that I could see. I took the stairs, as something about the thought of riding the lift filled me with a cold dread. It was 23 floors to the office where I worked, but if I even had legs in this place,
23.
they were not what carried me up that stairwell. It was there I found my own desk, clear and empty as I had left it some weeks before. I then knew, all at once, that there was something in the small office next to me. I felt it in the rhythm of my dream, and I carried myself across to see. It had been the officer of my old line manager, John Ousel, and he was inside. One of the dark black veins had snaked in through the window and seemed to have suspended John 2 feet from the floor, wrapped lightly around his throat.
Jesus.
Like all the others, he was still
That's terrifying.
an image held in place, dangling and hanged by this pulsing mass of otherness. I awoke at that point. Normally a nightmare would leave me a sweating, wide-eyed mess, but that morning I felt invigorated. It came to me that while the dream had in all ways appeared as nightmarish, I had never felt any true discomfort. Even my fall at the beginning had been curiously lacking in any true distress. I tried to put it from my mind as I searched through the job sites, but something about the dream lingered, like a foul odor that you only smell when you've stopped thinking about it. I hadn't seen John Ousel in several months. He had left the company some time before my breakdown, and I had never known him that well. But the image of his face in my dream wouldn't leave me, so I resolved to find out why he had returned to my mind in such an odd manner. For whatever reason, the idea that there might be no cause for his appearance, that it might be entirely incidental, never occurred to me. I had been offered the chance to return to Barclays after my rather dramatic departure, once my mental health was in a better state. But at that point I couldn't even take the Docklands Light Railway, as I'd get a panic attack whenever I saw the train hit Poplar, and the looming figure of the Barclays building in Canary Wharf came into view. I had declined the offer, but I still kept in contact with some of my now ex-colleagues, so emailed a few of them to see if they knew how to get in touch with my old manager. It didn't take long to find out the truth. John Ousel had apparently hanged himself, following the loss of a bitter custody battle with his ex-wife. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that this shook me deeply. Again, there was no question to me that it may have been coincidence. I knew, I still know, that what I saw in my dream deliberately mirrored his fate. I don't remember my dreams for the next few nights, but I do remember that I had that same dream again the following Saturday. It was the same in every detail, except there were different people. Some remained the same, but others were new or had disappeared, and those that I remembered had faded, like wallpaper left too long in the sun. Again I began atop Canary Wharf, with the light pulsing behind me. And once I was down, I found myself able to traverse the city at will, watching all the figures wrapped in those throbbing veins. I returned to where John had been, and sure enough, there he remained, though faded to the point where, if I didn't know who he was already, I could not have identified him. The tendrils that wrapped his throat were as dark as they had ever been, though. Knowing now what I did about John, I could see the depths of each poor soul I saw as I wandered through the dream. The dark vines would clutch the head of the stroke victim, the lungs of a cancerous smoker, and would bury the car crash victims under the vastness of their bulk. I did not go towards the hospital, as so many of those thick and rubbery lines led towards it, that I could see no space within that was not choked with them. These dreams have been a regular part of my sleeping for about 8 years now. Even as life improved and I found a new job and place to live, believe it or not, I now work selling crystals and tarot cards in a magic shop. They continued to crop up a few times each month. If there's one advantage to working where I do, is that I've been able to read every book on esoteric dreaming ever written, but none of them even come close to what I have experienced. I tried to make peace with the dreams for some time, reasoning that as long as they caused me no discomfort, they were harmless. This worked fine until I saw my father in the dream, walking down Oxford Street, the pulsing veins climbing up his leg and into his chest. I tried to warn him, of course, asked leading questions on his health and how he was feeling, whether he'd been tired recently. I even went so far as to book him a doctor's appointment, much to his annoyance. It did no good, though. 10 days later, the heart attack came for him, and despite the rapid response of the paramedics and how much of his medical history I had immediately to hand, there was nothing I could do to save him. He died on New Year's Eve, and as 2014 ended, so did any hope I had of my dreams doing good in the world. It took a month and a half for my father's image to fade from the orange glow of the street lamps in my dream London, and by my estimation, he had appeared about 10 days before his death. I tell you this because I feel you have a right to know the sort of timescales that we're dealing with here. I haven't had much of a chance to experiment or see anything more specific, I'm afraid. There are so many people who die in London, and I know so few of them. But I recognize you. As I write these words, I can see you in the other room, eyes locked on whatever book you're diverting yourself with. I recognize you from my dreams. They said at the front desk that you review all the written statements, so I can only hope that you take the time to read through this one fully. Allow me to explain in a bit more detail. It was the night before last that the dream came again. It started as it always did, with me on top of Canary Wharf, but almost immediately I could feel that something had changed. The dull orange glow that thrummed up from below seemed muffled somehow, and there was an oppressive knowledge within me that something was deeply wrong. Looking down, I could see that the veins, whose domination of the dreamscape had only ever been partial before, had thickened and now seemed to cover almost the whole space of every street. They still pulsed as before, but rather than pumping their dark, unknown cargo invisibly, there would now sometimes be seen a dark red light that traveled along the inside of them. I thought I saw this red light illuminate faces and shadows within those tendrils, but it moved too quickly for me to be sure of any details beyond the direction. This was not something I had ever seen happen before in these dreams, and I was aware that I had two choices: to follow the light to wherever it might lead, or to turn and retreat into the waking world. I decided to follow the path of that scarlet glow, though I found I was floating some distance from the ground, so thick were the vines below. I followed them for some time, how long exactly I couldn't say. I never seemed to travel faster than walking speed in these dreams, and yet the distances I covered as I passed through the orange twilight of this pulsating other London, seemed far further than the time it took to traverse. Such is the way of dreams, I suppose. All I know for sure is that I realized after some time that the red light was leading me towards Vauxhall and the Thames. There were fewer people visible here. Did rich people die less? Or perhaps they just had greater control over where they died. Or maybe they just couldn't be seen, fighting off death for so long that when it came at last, its icy tendrils covered every inch of them. I crossed the Thames, and the bridge was knotted high with the flashing vines. One or two of them seemed to pass through the river itself, and the occasional flash of red could be seen beneath the water, but most of them were laid across the bridge. Finally, I saw the destination of the blood-tinged glow. A small building, standing alone the other side of the bridge near the embankment. I couldn't have told you what the street was called. The London of my dreams has no street signs. It was old, pillared, and possessed of a quiet dignity. It was this building into which all of the veins flowed. Every door, every window was solid with them. When the bursts of red light passed into it, the whole building glowed crimson. I could see a bronze plaque next to the door, not quite covered. It read, "The Magnus Institute, London, founded 1818. I entered, though I couldn't tell you how. The veins blocked every possible entrance entirely, and yet I found myself moving through them. I saw the corridors, these corridors, choked with that shadowed flesh, and passed through them, following that red light that would now pulse so bright that I knew were I to see it awake, it would have blinded me. It led me to a room, the label of which was still visible, and read,
Rubber room.
Archive. I entered to see walls covered with shelves and cabinets stretching off into the distance. These shelves were coated in a sticky black tar, which I knew at that moment was the thickened, pulpy blood that pumped through each and every one of those veins. At the front of the room stood a desk, and the veins were wrapped around it so tightly and so thick that I knew that this must be where they ended. Getting closer, I realized that there was a person sitting at that desk. And it was them that all of this scarlet light was flowing into. I could see none of the figure's body beneath the flesh that enclosed them. But as I moved around, I saw the face was uncovered. It was your face. And the expression upon it was far more fearful than any I had seen in 8 years of wandering this twilight city.
Why is it fearful at the moment?
That was when I awoke. I'm well aware that I don't even know your name.
Great.
And I have no responsibility to try and prevent whatever fate is coming for you. Based on my previous experience, such a thing is likely impossible anyway. But after what I saw, I couldn't live with myself if I didn't at least try. I did as much research into your institute as possible, and arranged an appointment to provide a statement about some spurious supernatural encounter. Even then, I was told that the archivist only reviews the written statements once they have been taken. So here I am, pouring out my lunatic story on paper in the hopes that you might eventually read it. If you do see this in time and read this far, then to be honest, I don't know what else to tell you. Be careful. There is something coming for you, and I don't know what it is, but it is so much worse than anything
Rune
I can
does.
imagine.
Rune knows what it is.
At the very least, you should look into appointing a successor. Good luck.
What?
Stay
A successor?
Yeah. Do you not remember the first episode? John's like, yeah, the old lady who ran the archives died, or went missing, or something, and now I'm the head archivist.
Entirely sure whether to bring this up with Elias or not. When he hired me, he was vague on the point of what happens to my predecessor, Gertrude Robinson. I asked if she would be available to train me up for a handover, but he simply said she had passed away, and not to worry about it overmuch. Actually, now I think about it, his exact phrase was that she died in the line of duty, which I had assumed meant having a stroke at her desk or something similar. She was quite elderly, I believe. I mean, I don't believe in the predictive power of dreams, obviously. But still, it's a deeply unsettling thing to find. I had Tim look into it, as I don't entirely trust the others not to have written it as a practical joke and slipped it into the archives. Unsurprisingly, he came up with nothing. Antonio Blake is a fake name, and all of the contact details provided were similarly fraudulent. It's almost certainly a joke. A bit of hazing for the new boss, maybe?
Joke.
Best not to engage with it, I think. Still, I might have a word with Rosie to make sure I get a copy of any new statements as soon as they're made, not just once the researchers are done with them. She seemed very open to the idea of recording them, so I'm hopeful she'll be willing to do this too. If this is genuine, well...
You lost your streak. Oh, is that how?
Got the chance to read this statement
Zero,
before she
congrats
passed
on
away.
the... Wow,
But if anyone
80
comes in
stream
ranting
streak.
about
Damn.
claiming my death, then I
Thank you
very
very much,
much
sir.
want to hear about it. End recording.
I want to point out that when he said end recording, it was kind of more
The Magnus
curt,
Archives is a
like,
podcast
as if
distributed by
this episode he was annoyed.
Well, yeah, because he thinks it's just his team hazing him.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
I have so many thoughts, but I can't say any of them because spoilers.
It was very... What's the word? The dreaming was quite lucid.
Mm-hmm.
You know, remembered everything quite clearly. I'm wondering now if instead it was more like a prophecy of some kind instead of a dream, or like a vision of the future.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how to word this in a way that it's not as spoilers. We do get to find out more about Gertrude, and things about this statement don't quite line up with things we find out. Which is kind of what my brain is dwelling on at the moment. This is also a statement I've always struggled to place. This episode reminds me of Sally Face. Actually, yeah. Now that you mention it, yeah.
I don't know Sally Face.
I love Sally Face. You need to play Sally Face. It's really, really good. It's really, really, really good. It's really good. I have the tarot cards. I have the art book. I love Sally Face so much. It's one of my top tier games. I love it so much. There's so much to that game. But yeah, with that episode, it's always one that I've personally struggled to
because I think otherwise it would be too close to deal with. Exactly.
Yeah, especially since, that's his predecessor, right? Like, that's... You have your flowers up, I'm gonna put my flowers up.
Flowers?
Flowers.
Flower.
Actually, hold on. I can find the answer to the query in my brain very quickly.
Right.
What was that episode? Episode 10?
13?
13?
I'm just double checking now. 11. Sorry, episode 11. Oh, Rex wants me. Hi, Rexy boy. I'm here.
It's kind
I've
of a
got you.
horror game, kind of a dark game. It's
It's okay, Rexy. I got you. Okay.
okay, yeah, that makes sense, but it doesn't. Yeah, yeah,
What?
okay. Oh, the answer to the question that I had was not that satisfying. I thought there was gonna be more to it. There is not.
Okay. I see.
It's spoilers though. It is like season 3-ish spoilers. No, I think it starts earlier. No, wait. No, it's late or mid season 2 spoilers. It takes a while to start figuring out what's going on for sure, but we'll get there. I can't remember exactly when they start figuring out. I think it also it's you'll understand when we get there. There's a lot going on that is just I can't say. But I really want to, because trying to talk about the Magnus archives without that of it all is complicated.
Does Sally Face have any ties to the Magnus archives?
No, it does not. Other than being generally spooky. I freaking love Sally Face so much, man. Definitely one to put on your to playlist.
Okay. Yeah. Boy. Oh, boy. He's so cute. He's a baby boy. Oh, yeah. My little Rexy boy. Oh, yeah.
Yes and no.
Thank you
It's
for the
got
care
it's got
package,
spooky
Nero.
elements. It's got spooky elements.
And then a stretch. Oh.
Stretch.
Very, very, very lovely.
I stretch. I did not see the care package notification. I stretch. And I hydrate. It's juice, not pop. Don't worry.
I love you to clarify.
I don't drink pop. Me and carbonation do not get along very well.
Lots of burping, I presume.
And just general irritation. Have you never listened to it, Nearmiss, or have you listened to it before?
This is the Magnus archives is very hard. We can watch the next one.
You feeling up
Let's
to
do the
it?
next one.
You sure you're up to it?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. So the next one is called First Aid. I'll wait for you to post the trigger warnings.
Yep.
And then we can get into it.
I also gotta get us moved, because I moved us onto the just chatting screen, because I thought we were gonna end things. Well, I thought you were gonna end things. But I will move us back.
We'll do the 4 episodes per,
Okay.
I think. Oh, Nova says care package applies to you as well.
Yes,
Ruth.
I did the care package. That's why I had to clarify that I was drinking juice.
Oh, okay. Oh. I'm out of it. You can tell.
That's okay.
It's fine. Yeah. It's just so hot right now.
Yeah, I feel that. I went outside to do the groceries, and I was like, time to die of death and heat.
Well, it's because of my PC more than anything.
That is very fair, Miras. I'm glad that I'm so happy you're so into this as well.
Yeah.
I love this podcast.
We're learning
so
as
much.
we go together, all of us.
Yeah. Also, I realized I could have had Onyx sitting like right here this entire time.
drown yourself in ice? I mean, I don't want to drown.
No drowning. Alright, I got it
I'll
all
have
up and
another
ready to
sip of my
go.
water. Oh, okay, me too.
Drink your water.
Oh, I drank my water. Count us in.
Alright, ready? 3,
Ready?
2, 1, go! And I forgot to do the trigger warnings again. That's okay.
You're fine.
Luckily, the transcript I use has them right at the beginning, so it's easy to just toss them into the chat.
Fire. Okay, burn injuries, knife violence, and murder. Lovely.
I don't remember this one. Some of them really stick out to me, some of them don't. It really just depends on...
First aid. Yes.
Wrong one. Spooky.
Spooky indeed.
Oh wait, I do remember this one.
Oh, good.
Regarding a night shift at St. Thomas Hospital.
Iraqi. Okay.
Original statement given February 11th, 2012. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I'm a nurse at St. Thomas Hospital, down in Lambeth near Waterloo Station. Technically these days I work for Guy's and St. Thomas NHS Foundation Trust, but Guy's Hospital is at a completely different location, the other side of London. So for the sake of clarity, I work at St. Thomas. Christmas is one of the worst periods to be working at a hospital, and in the accident and emergency department it's even more unpleasant. Pensioners who can't afford to properly heat their homes, drunken party-goers who overindulge and hurt themselves, even just people who didn't look where they were going and slipped on a patch of ice.
Oh,
Christmas
yes.
is the side of people that always seems to lead them to the hospital. So I was
When I was at the doctor's surgery, that would happen so often.
learned that my last A&E shift of the season was going to be on the 23rd, 2 full days before Christmas itself. That was the good news.
Not so bad.
The bad
Yeah,
news
that's
was
good.
the 23rd was also the Friday immediately before the big day, and that meant
Oh,
people
God.
finishing work for the holidays and going out for some celebration.
Yeah.
When you work in accident and emergency, there are few words that fill your heart with such dread as the word celebration. That night wasn't as bad as some I'd seen. A few broken bones and a couple of drug-fueled injuries, but no fights or angry drunks, which was a blessing. It must have been about 1:30 in the morning that the ambulance arrived. They had radioed ahead, and we knew that we had a pair of severe burn victims being brought in, so we were as ready as we could be. I was heading out to meet the ambulance when I noticed that the A&E waiting room was totally silent. I looked around and
Weird.
there were all the people there that I expected to see. Some cradling obvious injuries, but none of them made a sound. They continued to stare at their phone, read books, comfort one another, but not one of them spoke. I didn't have much time to really consider what I was seeing, as at that moment I heard the ambulance pull up outside and ran off to see to the first patient. By the time I arrived, they were already wheeling him out, and the doctor was assessing his burns. The doctor's name was Katie Grice, and she was a junior doctor at St. Thomas. She started giving some instructions to myself and the EMTs, but I was struck by how quietly she was speaking to me. She didn't whisper, but every word was very soft, as though it was a real effort to get them out. Nobody else seemed to notice, so at the time I assumed the effect was due to my own lack of sleep. I've always had difficulty adjusting to the late nights, and this time had been particularly bad. We finished transferring him to a treatment room, the only available one we had that night, and the doctor and EMTs returned to get the other patient while I began dealing with the burns on the first. I'm 48 years old. I have been a nurse for most of that, so I've good number of burns in my time. I was prepared for some deeply unpleasant scenes when the call came in, as bad burns can be some of the nastiest injuries you see working in a hospital. These ones
Yeah,
surprised me.
I can't imagine.
They were second degree, which is severe, but not usually such as to require hospitalization, except that they appeared to cover his entire body. Every inch of exposed skin showed signs of this burning, and cutting away his clothes, it became apparent that the damage had spread there as well. Anything hot enough to cause this sort of effect should have damaged his clothing or even melted them onto the skin in places. But they were utterly unharmed, as though he had been dressed after he'd been burned, or the heat had passed right through his clothes without touching them. He was a tall man, heavy set, with the sort of build I associate with an athletic middle age. Any hair he might have had was gone, apparently burned off, and his clothes were a nondescript black suit and white shirt. He didn't scream or cry or moan in pain. And in fact, the doctor had had to check his pulse when he'd come in to confirm he was still alive. He was, but as far as I could tell, he appeared to be sleeping peacefully. I had just started treatment when the second patient was wheeled in. He was in almost identical shape to the first, except for the fact that the burns seemed to stop at his neck, along a clear line. It was as though he'd been wearing a choker that the heat couldn't get above, but his neck was bare. He was smaller than the first man, and younger, I'd guess in his mid-30s. He was clean-shaven, but had long hair dyed completely black. He wore a similar suit to the older man, except that over the top he wore a long black leather coat, just as undamaged as the rest. It looked new, and I felt quite bad having to cut it off him, but we had to confirm how extensive his injuries were. Like the first, he was completely covered in almost uniform second-degree burns, except for what at first I thought were small black scorch marks. Looking closer, I saw that they were eyes. Small, tattooed eyes on every one of his joints. His knees, his
Why?
elbows, and even his knuckles, as well as just over his heart. I would
Don't
have
like that.
expected the burns to have almost destroyed tattoos that small, but instead they were unblemished, and the skin about a centimetre around each one also didn't seem to have been affected. To say I was unsettled by this would have been something of an understatement. I barely noticed Dr. Bryce and the EMTs return. They seemed to be talking normally now, discussing who these two people were. Apparently the fire brigade had responded to reports of a blaze in a building site near St. Mary's churchyard and had turned up to find the two men lying unconscious. There had been no
Okay,
fire, although the brown
that's
clothing
strange.
showed several burn marks, and a metal bar that had been lying nearby appeared to have bent slightly, as if from great heat.
What is scopophobia?
The fire service had called out an ambulance. They had brought the men here. Apparently the older one hadn't had anything on him.
The fear of many eyes.
No phone, no keys, nothing. While the younger man had only a Zippo lighter with an eye design on it, similar to the one tattooed.
Irrational fear of being stared at or
And
watched.
passport that identified him as Jared Key. I never got
Key?
the passport, but from the way about it,
Wait, Jared Key.
Yes.
This is a different Key to the Key we know, right?
No. This is the same Key. This is the same Gerard Key.
the weirdness temporarily forgotten.
Is he the author guy?
I sent you a picture of him. No, that's Jürgen Leitner.
Feared to get me properly cleaned and bandaged. Throughout it all, the two of them didn't stir, and I wondered if they were comatose. But that sort of diagnosis would require a lot more testing, which probably
So,
wasn't going to happen that night.
where do we know Jared Key from?
Having finished giving
He was the one who bought the book, the Jürgen Leitner book, and then set it ablaze, and then walked out with a metal tin, the metal trash can.
Right.
that lay unconscious just a few doors away.
I sent you a picture of him.
I only noticed them
I saw.
and I had to pass through that ward heading towards
Right,
the
emo.
room for some more gauze. As I walked through, I became aware of a sound coming from the bed of the older burn victim. I never did find out his name. I walked towards him slowly, straining my ears to hear what he was saying. It was so quiet as to be almost inaudible. It was definitely words, the same words over and over. The more I heard, the more it sounded like most of them weren't in English. The first sounded like a sark or a sarg, then Vipalach, and finally in English, a lightless flame. The last part was very clear, and I assumed he was talking about whatever burned him, but he said it with such intensity that the words made me feel quite uncomfortable. His eyes were still closed and his lips were barely moving. I started to feel warm, like there was a fever quickly creeping out towards my skin. It wasn't the first time I'd had a reaction like this, though, so I took a moment to center myself, and the feeling receded. The burned man was still whispering. I might even have called it
Whispering.
chanting, and I wasn't entirely sure what to do, so I checked his bandages to make sure that they didn't need changing, and left to go and continue my shift. If I saw Dr. Grice, which was more than likely, then I could tell her that our mystery burn victim had started talking. Mostly I just wanted to get out of that room for as long as possible. It was as I returned to the main accident and emergency reception that things started to get really strange. And by really strange, I mean that the reception was completely empty. I don't care how late it gets, and at this point it was nearly 3 in the morning. The waiting room for A&E is always full, especially on a
Yeah.
night like this. I mean, I'd been in there not 5 minutes before, and there were upwards of 30 people. But now it was utterly deserted. Even the staff at the admissions desk were gone. I was freaked out.
No, that's weird.
I started
That's
to check
weird.
all of the examination rooms, the wards next door, the individual patient rooms. All empty, except those patients physically too sick to move or hooked up to IVs. They lay there sleeping. Part of me wanted to wake them, just to hear the sound of another human being, to not be alone. But like I say, it was 3 in the morning, and weird as all this was, I couldn't justify waking up patients just to put my own mind at ease.
No, you can't do that.
As much noise as possible directly outside their rooms. They just slept on. It was as I returned to the waiting room for the 3rd time in as many minutes that I heard it. It sounded like the growl of an animal, a rolling, angry sound, and I realized that the floor was shaking ever so slightly. I looked around for the source of the noise. I was getting more and more frantic by the second, and then I saw it. Lined up against the wall of the waiting room were 2 vending machines. I rarely paid them any attention, as there were better options in the staff room, and one or both of them were usually out of order. But I now saw that the one on the left, a clear-fronted machine that stocked bottled soft drinks, was shaking violently. As I got nearer, I saw why. In every bottle, in every row of the machine, the drinks appeared to be violently boiling. Cokes and lemonades and fruit juices shook and bubbled, for one by one the bottles exploded, coating the inside of the clear plastic front with liquid that still kept steaming and hissing.
No.
It couldn't have taken more than 30 seconds for all of them to pop. Then the waiting room was silent once again. At this point, I was just about ready to abandon my shift and leave the hospital. Whatever was going on there, I wanted no part of it. I ran towards the door leading from the A&E to the chill of the December night, not something I would ever have thought I'd look forward to. As I approached, though, I noticed that the plastic at each end of the metal handles was ever so slightly warped. I tentatively touched the back of my hand to them and withdrew it almost immediately. I didn't even have to touch it to feel the intense heat radiating from the door. I almost wept. If I was getting out of there, it wasn't going to be through that door. I started to make my way back
Don't
towards
cry.
another
Oh.
exit, but as I passed through, I could hear the burned man still mumbling to himself, louder now, so that his weird chant was audible even outside of his room. It was starting to get to me. I went in. I don't know what I was planning to do. I just needed to make him shut up somehow. His eyes were open now, bloodshot behind the bandages and staring blankly towards the ceiling. At that moment, I decided that I was going to shut him up, even if I had to physically hold his mouth closed. I approached him slowly and reached towards his face. The second before I could touch him,
Do
his
that.
hand shot out and grabbed me by the wrist. I turned to see the other burn victim, whose passport had identified him as Jared Key, on his feet and shaking his head. His grip on my
Oh,
wrist was far stronger than I would ever have expected from someone that injured. I could feel a heat through his bandaged hand, like his skin was still burning somehow. I screamed. Why not? I'd already established no one was around to hear me. He immediately released my hand and apologized, said he'd only been trying to protect me. I asked him for what? He gestured to the burned man, still lying motionless in his bed, chanting his nonsense phrases. Sparing a glance at his own wrapped form, he said that touching the man would have been a bad idea. He seemed to be in tremendous pain as he spoke, but did his best to hide it. I didn't say anything then. I wanted to ask what was happening, and it seemed like he was waiting for me to do just that. But something stopped me. Something told me that if there was a coherent explanation for everything that had happened since the ambulance arrived, then I would be no better off for knowing it. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Jared spoke. He asked me if the paramedics had brought any items in with them. Specifically, he was after a small book, bound in red leather, and a brass
ha 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 ha.
He didn't
Of
say what
course.
design had been on the pendant, but I guessed it had been an eye. I told him
Pendant
that after
protects
those
him,
things had been brought in with him, he was quiet.
and the book he will burn.
After the last 10 minutes
Will
spent
he?
desperately wishing for another human being to talk to,
I hope
I
so,
should have been relieved with Jared's company. But watching him,
because we don't know.
standing and walking despite the
I
burns
don't
all
remember
over
where in
his
the
body,
timeline this is for him. Whether this
I could
is
see a quantity of painkillers prescribed to him.
before or
I
after
held
the
on my
first
breath.
book burning.
Finally he nodded, as though dismissing me, and limped past into the corridor, towards the supply cupboard. I followed him, asked what he was doing. I got no answer, but he seemed to know the code for the door immediately, and strode right in, scanning the shelves for something. He saw what he was after and picked up a small object wrapped in paper and plastic. I recognized it immediately as a sterile scalpel. He was going to kill the chanting man. I could feel it in the way he stared past me as I stood in the doorway. He started walking towards me. The storage room was not big, and it took him barely a second before he was in front of me, but it was the longest second I've ever experienced, as I tried to decide whether to risk my own life for that of the burned stranger, blankly.
They happened in and around the same time.
Behind Jared,
It's unclear which
Okay.
one is first,
revolution started.
but they're both the winter of 2012.
I stepped aside. He nodded in appreciation and said something that I remember very clearly, even though it still makes no sense. He said, "Yes, for you, better beholding than the lightless flame." I didn't try to stop him as he walked back into the ward. I just stood there and watched as he took out the scalpel, muttered some words I couldn't make out, and plunged the blade into the center of the chanting man's throat. At that moment there was the sound of sizzling and a smell like rotten meat on a grill. I watched as the flesh around that wound began to blacken and crack. The bandages curled and disintegrated, and the scorched skin spread over his body like water. There was no fire, and I felt no heat. But over the course of 20 seconds, I watched this man's body cremate itself to ash, even the scalpel.
Wow.
Jared Key walked over to his own bed, and picking up the empty bedpan beneath it, gently swept the ashes into the basin and handed it to me, asking me to dispose of it.
Good luck out there.
Of course.
I took it and numbly walked out, heading towards a medical waste bin. As I walked the corridor, I noticed a figure at the other end. was Dr. Grice. I'm not ashamed to admit that I wept in relief as I ran to the waiting room and saw it once again full of people complaining and moaning to themselves. By the time I was finished and got back to the room, Jared was lying in his own bed, apparently sleeping. I considered asking him now what had happened, but at that moment another ambulance arrived with 3 members of a Christmas party that had gotten dangerously out of hand. Just like that, the rest of my shift was gone. Jared Key was treated for a further 4 days in the hospital before being discharged into the care of his mother. I tried to talk to him about what happened, but he was on a lot of painkillers and never seemed to really register I was there. It may have been feigned, I suppose, but in the end the result was the same. Since then, I've just tried not to think about it. I've managed to get almost 30 years of nursing under my belt before something like this happened, so with any luck, I'll be long retired by the time anything like it happens again. I worry sometimes, though. Over the last few months, when I'm alone on the wards, I get the feeling I'm being watched. Not threatened or judged. Just watched. I avoid that story, particularly. Statement ends. There's obviously a lot to unpack here, so let's start with what is provable. Sasha managed to get access to the hospital records for this period, and they do list the admission of Jared Key and an unknown male with burn injuries similar to what Ms. Saraki described. Furthermore, there are only discharge papers for Jared Key and a short police report on the disappearance of the second burn victim. No evidence of foul play was found, and no official missing persons case was ever opened. As far as the mystery man's chanting goes, if it was indeed a sarg that he was saying, then that's quite interesting. A sarg is the name of a demon in Sumerian mythology associated with disease and corruption, which doesn't really seem to have much relevance to this statement.
It does, because of the burning.
That a sarg was able to boil fish alive in their rivers. Admittedly, in Sumerian myth, this was because he was monstrously ugly, but a curious coincidence nonetheless. The palach might also be a mishearing of the Polish word vypalacz, according to Martin, which means to cauterize or brand. Admittedly, if Martin speaks Polish in the same way he speaks Latin, then he might be talking nonsense again, but I've looked it up and it appears to check out. I can't find anything conclusive on the phrase, the lightless flame, however. It crops up in a lot of different contexts throughout various esoteric literatures. It has not escaped my notice that this is the second time Jared Key has turned up in this archive. I'd be very keen to get his statement, but unfortunately it looks like he passed away from a brain tumor late last year. We're doing further research into him, though. If we're lucky, maybe we already have a statement from him, tucked away somewhere in these damn files. We contacted Miss Saraki to see if she wanted to make a follow-up statement, but she declined. Apparently she still gets the watched feeling occasionally, but aside from that, there haven't been any other abnormal occurrences in her professional or personal life. One final note. Sasha has been able to access the hospital's CCTV footage for the night of 23rd December 2011. It shows something quite startling. I had assumed that there was a significant hallucinatory element to Ms. Saraki's story, and indeed the ward where Jared Key was admitted didn't have a camera. The accident and emergency waiting room did. At 03:11:22, it shows everybody in that room, which I personally counted at 28 people, standing up and calmly filing out of the doors. After this, Ms. Saraki continued entering and leaving 3 times, once taking a minute to stare at something beneath the camera, which I assumed to be the vending machine. The rest of the staff and patients do not return until 03:27:12, over 15 minutes after they left, when they walk back in through the same doors. The footage does not contain any sound, and no alarm of any sort was recorded, so I cannot offer any guess as to why they left or what they were doing in the intervening time.
So weird.
Sasha highlighted, however, closer to the human eye staring back through the video feed. Recording ends.
He didn't even comment on the eye. That's so strange. Why didn't he comment on the eye?
Because there probably wasn't anything to comment. It's for a split second. Things are ramping up! So many things!
They are!
So many things in this episode that make so much more sense later down the line, but so many things! Jared's back! There's references to so many things!
Not just that, but Jared's back and injured, so is now healing. Well, actually, he present day he is dead, according to the official medical records. I know you're holding your tongue right now.
I'm holding my tongue so hard.
Okay.
But yeah,
no,
this is
really
a pretty pivotal episode.
All right. Any thoughts, chat? What are we thinking?
Yeah, what do you guys think? So who's been making deals with the devil again and spooky? Ah, yes. The two correct responses to the Magnus archives.
I mean, I'm wondering if the one who was mumbling was the demon that they were talking about.
You think he was just saying his own name?
Yeah. Or that he was praying to the demon. And then that's why Jared Key had to kill him, because he was bringing the demon into into the world, which was why everything was starting to boil and shake, because the demon was starting to manifest. And so Jared had to do it. He had to.
Definitely had to commit
That's
murder.
my
Definitely.
That's my theory anyway. It could be wrong.
There's definitely a similar line of logic. Not quite on the right boat, but getting there. To be fair, this episode, a lot of what's going on really does make more sense with a little bit more context that we will get later down the line. And it'll become a lot clearer what's actually happening. There's a lot happening. I do wonder about the one... I do wonder about the guy. I need to check something.
Which guy?
The unnamed guy who was chanting.
Oh, okay. What I'm hoping is that in the future we're going to get more accounts of, like, maybe even the paramedics who found Jared Key and that mumbling person, so that they can tell us about more details of what was going on. We might not, but that's what I'm hoping.
It's less that we get a reiteration of the statement so much as we begin to understand what all is at play here.
Okay. The devil's in the details. Yes.
The devil really
Mira.
is in the details. It really is. We are given
Was it a devil or a demon? I thought it was a demon. I know the saying is the devil's in the details.
The name was of a demon, I believe. This is why I have the transcript. Valid English, the lightless flame. Right, I forgot that would be in the postscript.
Can you send the demon's name through to me on Discord?
Yes.
So we have it on record. I'm also gonna do Jared Key. I assume it's Key like that, but it might be wrong. I don't know.
I think it's spelled like that. It's either A-E-Y or E-A-Y. It's one of the two. Yeah, what is the next Magnus Archive session?
Bringing up my schedule. Bear with me. So we are looking at. Can you do a weekday, Rune? No, you can't because you work.
I work nights, which means I'm getting off work around, or I'm at work at this time of night.
Alright. That's fine. Because I've already got something for 2 weeks' time. And then I've got something for 3 weeks' time. So we're actually looking at a month. Which is a shame. But it is what it is.
Are you able to do one on a Sunday?
You know what?
Might be really late for you though, because I'd be rolling home from jiu-jitsu an hour ago. But we could get like 2 episodes in. That way it's not
I can
long.
I can do the 16th.
The 16th? I can do the 16th. I get home at 5 p.m., so an hour ago. But we can do like a short, like 2 episode. That way we're not waiting like a month and a bit.
Yeah. Hang on. Let me get my pen. And also my stickers to change the X to a tick. My first Sunday. Wow.
So the 16th at 5 p.m. because that's the earliest I could possibly stream, and even then I'll probably be flailing a little bit. But that's okay. I'd rather flail than.
Oh, we'll both be flailing because it'll be late at night for me.
Well, we'll get at least 2 episodes in, which shouldn't push you too far past how long you usually go.
No, that should be fine. That should take us up to maybe even an hour.
Exactly.
An hour's long stream.
We'll play it by ear day of, but we could at least get a couple in.
And that's what I would rather do than wait a month.
Exactly. That's why I suggested it. It's like, if you're willing, we can make this work. We love an occasionally
adjustment. Yes. But no, I'm happy to do that. Okay. Well, Rune, will you be continuing?
I will. I'm going to play some Lightners live. I'm just switching over my information now. If y'all want to come hang out.
We're going to go raid into Rune, everybody.
Yeah, for once I'm not raiding into you.
Alright. Everybody, thank you so much for watching and for listening and for giving your takes on things as well. Bazan, go get your burger. And everyone else, let's go raid into Rune. Heading to my end screen. Oh, when am I back? That's a good question. I return Monday. We start our journey on Pokemon Infinite Fusion, everybody.
I might also be streaming Monday. I might be streaming every day this weekend because I'm supposed to stream tomorrow, and I'm going to be streaming more Deltarune. I'm going through each of the chapters, recruiting everybody because apparently I missed some people, which is rude. So I need to go back and recruit everybody. I'm also fighting the secret bosses and getting into the egg rooms. We did chapter 1. We're going to go fight Spampton Neo. I'm going to go convince him to not steal my soul, I think. I don't know, I haven't done his fight before.
But he wants your soul. Give him your soul.
No, I need it. I am the soul.
What for?
Because the soul is me. And also Chris will die without me, theoretically.
Okay.
We're playing Lightner's Less over on my end, if y'all want to stay for that.
Heading to the end screen.
Yep.
Say ciao to Rune.
Goodbye, dance chat, for those who are not coming over to mine.
Bye-bye. Okay, everybody, we are now gonna read out.
I will buy you Deltarune, Dan. Will you play Deltarune if I buy you Deltarune? I'll buy you Deltarune.
No, I won't.
Why not?
I won't play Deltarune. I'm
so
sorry.
Good.
It doesn't interest me. I tried. Undertale didn't interest me, and I don't think Deltarune. Okay. Let's discuss this after I've read it out.
Yeah, that's fair.
Everyone, next week we've got Pokemon Infinite Fusion Randomizer with Asta on Monday. That starts at least 4 hours before my usual stream time, so that's going to be a bit early for those in the Americas, but that is what it is. On the Tuesday, Resident Evil 9 returns, everybody. I am looking forward to that. Ray will be there. And then Friday, obviously, Final Fantasy 14. Yippee. And then Saturday next week, we got Pratfall, followed by D&D. Oh, and then on the Sunday, I'm not streaming, but I'm playing Pilgrim with some of the Dragon Council. So that'll be fun. But until Monday, everyone, see you next time.
Goodbye,
bye-bye.
Dan.
I know, Rune. I got to read out to you, you see. Gosh.
Also, Tenna's gone. Where did Tenna go? Tenna was here. Where did he go?
Rexy.
Apparently this one guy will swap out. He'll just be Tenna sometimes. Oh, Deltarune is so good.
There you are.
Thank you. Is Onyx not going to yell at me?
Because I haven't read it in yet.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, you just put in your raid message. It's like, Onyx is not shouting whatever raid message I put in. I can't remember what it is because I was, I think, stoned when I wrote them all.
Amazing.
Oh, a formidable friend. Or a formidable friend.
My Control C did not work, so bear with me. Rexy! Oh, the little boy is being a mischief maker. That's fine. Setting off all the programs that I have open.
That is so fair. I'm gonna mute you on my side. There, now I can talk to you, but chat can't hear you. Mwah! Secret conversations! Mwah! Why is my everything now wanting to be laggy? What the heck?
Okay, I'm gonna disappear on the V
Yep.
Super Studio side.
Ready, 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 ready. Poof, Dan's gone. The most mysterious of conversations. You want me to do big shot? I saw someone wanted me to do big shot. I'll do big shot. I might also shift forms. I might not. I don't know yet. I've never gotten 100%. Let's see.
Good luck, you got this. You got.
I missed one now. Onyx, now is not the time to tell me I have a present.
Your chat can't hit any of it.
Chat can't hear any of it? I will fix that in a sec. Actually, you know what? I'll just cancel. Can't really hear the music. Let me turn that way the fuck up. Can you hear it now? Is it too loud? Let me know. Are you just gonna stay in the call? There we go. Now I can redeem myself for the one note I missed.
Rune, I need you to check the microphone that your stream is using.
That I'm streaming to? Which mic?
Yeah, so you're really, really echoey on stream, but in Discord, you're not.
Huh. I don't know. That is also because Discord has a compression, like a crisp filter thing that doesn't.
I see. I see. Okay.
Oh, you can hear me. I don't. Oh, because
I
this is
guess
being
not.
done. That's why. I need to adjust some things. I don't know why this is being like this. This is an issue I've had for a while. My things have been. If I mute that and I switch this over to this. Oh, I know what my issue is. That's so I have one of the, I don't know why in specific it's being like this. I need to check. Because one is recording sound from my audio, but one's recording sound specifically from my computer. And I don't know why it did that, because it's not supposed to. It's ow! I know what I did wrong. I fixed it. Okay, well this one doesn't really matter right this second, so I'll deal with that later. But I'm gonna switch, I'm just, 1 second, and then we'll be good. Sorry, I just realized I was doing things all wrong this entire time. But that's okay. Now they can't hear you. Okay, now we're good to go. Okay. Let's do big shot. Do you think I could 100% it? I missed one. Those combos are really hard. It also doesn't always do the top melody, so it throws me off every time. Okay. I am gonna switch forms. I missed 2 notes! The stress. Let me just. You never know. Just give it a sec. I'm changing forms. Yes, you need to get some sleep. Good night. Yes. Good night. Oh, Tenna's back. Let's. Wrong one. There we go. Took a minute, but I got it. Lock that down. Alternate form! Let's go! Any requests for songs to play? Oh, also I forgot that I hit Onyx. Return to me! In terms of gameplay, we've got everything up to Chapter 4, and we also have Undertale. I'm gonna do Ghost Fight. Ghost Fight's stupid hard. This combo always gets me. I feel like I should put my hair up.
Add time. Good luck out there.
Oh, it's so short. I only missed 3 notes. There's another one where that combo comes in and is... I think I've played all of the very hard ones at least once. Or not. I have not done Finale. I remember doing Your Best Nightmare and being like, is this ever gonna end? Oh god. Okay. I've got those combos, I understand them. Oh fuck. Oh god. Fuck! Thank you. I need to put my hair up. My hair's kind of greasy right now. It's not the best. But it's okay. This is Rune having rolled out of bed and immediately jumped on stream. It would be much fluffier. Trust me, it gets out to like here fluffy. Like it poofs. Actually, last time I was on cam, I was freshly showered, so my hair was just like extra wet. Do you have a song request? Any that you have heard in the background of any videos? Because people like to play Deltarune and Undertale music in the backgrounds of their videos. What's a good one? There's so many good ones. I want to see if I can do crickets. This one is dumb. I love it. Dang it! Dang it! Dang it! I keep missing one note. I will stretch in a minute! I love that this is an option. Got them all that time. I love Susie just going crazy. You want me to sound check? Okay. Good night, Dan. Get good sleeps. I'll do sound check. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to stretch. Stretch out my back. Absolute chaos. Whoa, I got 100%. What's a good one? There are so many good ones is the problem. I love it's pronounced rules. This one is really hard. Like, it's not considered impossible for no reason. These I could do. These combos aren't so hard. I'm thinking about doing a karaoke stream at some point soonish. I'm not entirely sure when yet. I'm thinking sometime in September. Mike the board, please. It's the combos I hate. But they're much swingier, so it's a little bit easier. It's a little bit easier. I understand that I missed one note. Let's do quiz. One whole note! I love that stupid little dance. You just got Lancer! That's another good one. This one's Vapor Buster is so hard. I haven't done this one. It's very hard and I haven't done it. did pretty okay, only missed 2 notes. I'll take it. Have I played this cover? Woo! I didn't get all my holds. That's okay. Oh, so close! So close! Damn! Doomboard, why not? I was not expecting that intro. That's okay, I didn't get all the holds. Woo! I'm scared. That does not bode well. Oh god. Okay. Huh? I missed 2 notes. That's hard. That was really hard. That had me stressing. It's unfortunate that I just get aggressively silent when I'm focusing. You're gonna turn me off again, aren't you? I'm scared. This one's gonna be hard. I messed it up. Oh fuck. Flailed at the end. I only missed 2 notes though. Somehow all that only registered as losing 2 notes. Ow. I thought I fucked right up. I think I'll do 3 more. And then I will end for the day. Because we have been going for like 4 or 5 hours at this point. Mine only says 3, but I know that's inaccurate because I crashed at some point. Ooh, I want to do checker dance. Checker dance is hard. It's so hard, but it's so good. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. Okay, I know what my problem is. That combo is 1 2 1 2 1 double 2 1. It's hard. Damn it! I thought it was over every time, and it almost gets me every time, every single time. I thought I was fine. I realized that my little guy, my little bit Onyx is freaking the fuck out every time. Let's do chapter 4. I haven't done much of chapter 4's. Ghost wisps are in your way. It was doomed. It was doomed anyways. I'm gonna try it again after. I know I can get those combos. I got them once, I can get them again. I could not wait to play Flower Man on this. They always come out of the gate so strong. Then they always mellow out. Yeah, that's so fair. Do you have a request for a song? I forgot. Lost Girl? This one, perhaps? If you ask me to play a rhythm game without music, I probably can, but I find when it comes to rhythm games, having the music is such a big key factor for me being able to figure them out. One shot combo, let's go! But my accuracy is never gonna be 100%. Not once. My accuracy will never be high enough. I'm just not that accurate. I remember Smart Race being... Apparently it wasn't that hard because I got 100 all of the notes. Guess who's back? Hello, Chaotic Shark. How are you? Do you have any song requests? You keep missing my other self. You keep seeing me in this form and not any of my other ones. No, it's not your fault. This shirt is pretty great. It is a great shirt. Dude, oh god, why are you gonna condemn me like this? Ready to see me fail? Oh boy. I find that I'm significantly decent at this particular rhythm game. I'm pretty sure usually I'm quite shit at rhythm games. I only missed 2 notes. Oh my god. Medium, hard, medium, easy. Medium, easy. Easy. Okay, do. TV pose. The first song I ever did, I think, was World Revolving, at least for this. I'm not ready.
Add time. Good luck out there.
That section always gets me. Yeah! Yeah, I only missed one note. That's not bad. That's not bad, actually. The fact that I only missed one note. That's the best score I got on that game, on that one. I improved all of my things. I like doing yeah. I'm on. I'll do whatever's next. Yeah. That's not even a thing. I'm so close to getting this. I managed to get it in S rank. Can you tell I've been practicing? I've been practicing so hard. Did you ever try getting Z ranking board? If you do, you skip to the secret boss in chapter 3. I did not, because I have not yet fought the secret bosses. I fought Jevil, and tomorrow I'm fighting Spamton Neo. And then Monday, if I stream, I don't know if I'm going to be streaming Monday. We'll see how I'm feeling on Monday. But if I do stream on Monday, I will be doing chapter 3. potentially chapter 4. We'll see how long this stream. I'm gonna fight for sure Spanton Neo tomorrow. I don't know about what will happen after that. I'm going to do one more before I end the stream because I have been going for like 4-ish hours. So pick a song while I check to see who the heck is messaging me on Discord. What do they want? It is nothing. Friends? What about? It does say that it's. They want your house address or something? Nah. It was just the Claude bot being like, hey, your friend is not in this call anymore, we're kicking you out. You want to do friends? I wish I knew how to play the piano. My hands are too small. Onyx, now is not the time! That's a nice one. I like listening to that one. Tenna's gone! Where'd Tenna go? Also, I love how they're. I think I mentioned this last time, but I love how they're all giving like 3 very different vibes. Like, these two are like semi-coherent together. But like, you've got symbols on your head. Alright, I'm gonna do one more. Because I really need to use the bathroom. That was very common. Now you want a nap? Then go have a nap. I'll do the hometown one, and then that'll be the last one, because this one is kind of boring. And then you can nap. Promise. Yeah, we did it. My jersey's still shit. right as I'm ending stream. Oh, Tana's back. That doesn't exist. I can't do one that doesn't exist. Okay, I need to get... Okay, this is the last one, I swear. This is why I can't play this game. I get addicted to it, and I have to play it forever. I swear to God, I'm gonna 100% this. Focus mode. Activate. Shit. No, I failed. I failed. I swear. Why bonk? I know why bonk. This is the last one, I swear. Fuck, it's that same one every time. I always end up doing it one extra when it's not supposed to be there. No, fuck! Why did I mess up more? It says I missed 0 notes, which is incorrect. I definitely missed a couple. But I'm going to end stream there because it's been 4 hours and I really need to pee. However, tomorrow at earliest 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be streaming Deltarune Chapter 2, and I will be working my way to fight Spamton Neo and get the egg. And then we'll maybe play into Chapter 4, depending on how long that takes. I don't know. Maybe I'll play some more of this afterwards. Same with Monday. I might stream on Monday. I have the day off. We shall see. But for now, I thank you all for joining. I hope you all have a wonderful night. And we shall see you all another time. Ciao for now, y'all.